Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm here with Alex Stein. Alex, what do you think of people who don't join
This
my...
is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, see truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
Welcome, everybody, to Speaker's Corner. It is I, Jaron, your host. I cannot find something that I need to start this, but that's okay. We're going to go without it. It is time for the May edition, May 2024 edition of Speaker's Corner. I know you're happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. Everybody is ecstatic. We're starting on time, directly at 6:26, what time I scheduled it for. So that's good news. Otherwise, you never know what could happen. I'm trying to fix a playlist here for myself, and I don't know if it's working. I'm not going to worry about it. It doesn't seem like it's going to work. All right, let's get started with the show. You know how it works. You got a 4-minute clock. Come on, say whatever it is that you might want to. And I believe we've already got some people lined up. We do, indeed. Let me go to somebody first that we all know and love so much. And we've got a member for 14 months. Blake says, Jaron, what do you know? Not as much as I thought you did. Well, yeah, you're talking about the wrong show, though. It's a different show. Let's bring on Dave Weiss, because he's going to get me started here, and we're going to fix some problems that we're having. Dave Weiss in the house. Let's see. Add to show. Dave.
Yo. What is going on? Thank God it's Friday.
Can we just get you on the screen by yourself? I got to see how to do this. Hold on, let me see. So we go solo. Can you see me or no? You shouldn't be able to see me.
I just see me, man.
Good,
that's it.
That's good. I like that. Look at this. Dave, man, is Snoop there?
I don't know. I thought I'd mix it up a little bit. You know, everyone's tired of the same old thing, so
they are.
We're just going to be like, cool story, bro.
I'm going to count down this clock until we get to 4:20, and then we can start. I don't know which one it is. It's really weird. Okay, can't get the clock to work. You don't get a clock. How about that? What's that? Right. See-through?
See-through what?
See-through drink. You just put up there.
Oh, is that? I was just trying to see if I could see it. Yeah, it's still.
Oh, it's actually not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, it's less see-through than me.
Yes, it is. I like those glasses. Where'd you get those?
They're virtual, dude.
You sure?
I'm not so sure, man. What, are we sure of anything, Jaron? What is the moon?
You said something the other day, or even that girl said she would get laid by an alien. I thought.
Oh, she was making sense.
She had a point.
She did not say laid. She said make love.
Right. She would never. There we go.
Are you going to play that? You're going to play that for people so they know what we're talking about?
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that.
It might be worth it. We can find out why this world is so screwed up. And,
Blake said, he sent me $20. Thank you, Blake. He says, that was funny. Your super chat to Austin. What was the backstory? There is no backstory. It's pretty funny because I sent him a tip last night and said, you're easily the 17th best flat earther. Where do you put him? 16? What do you think, Dave? 15? I don't know if I go that high.
Oh, Austin?
Austin Whitsitt. Like 17. I feel good about
17th?
Yeah.
Nah, he's in the top 3. Come on.
Top 3. That was the joke. The joke is that, of course, he's not in the number 17, but still funny. I didn't stop the clock at 4:20. Yeah, we'll do it again. It'd be funny when that's on the screen. That's the whole backstory. There's no backstory. What do you guys
Oh, I
think is
see.
behind Antarctica land? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, how about let's there's a whole bunch of things we should talk about. So I don't even want to talk about it. The stupid final experiment. Like, we never thought of going to Antarctica and filming the 24-hour sun.
First time I've come up with that. It's so funny because I think I can say this, but there's some back and forth going on between Professor Dave and Whitsitt right now. And he actually said, he's like, let's see how you weasel out of your Antarctica trip. It's like, hold on a second. So now people can hand us a $15,000 bill. And if we back out, it's considered backing out of it. Like, what is he talking about? So if we say no to going to Antarctica, which would cost us $15,000, then
and the chances of the weather being okay are like 1%. And that's if we had access to a spot that we could see the horizon 365 degrees around.
Which no cruise,
right?
The cruise goes to the little fishtail that comes out, and I don't even think that's far enough to see it.
And there's mountains that are going to be higher than you that are going to block it. You'd have to be somewhere up high and far enough south. So when the weather doesn't cooperate and we can't see, and they'll be like, well, it was twilight, it didn't really get that dark, therefore, no, that's not that works perfectly on a flat Earth.
Right.
So
we actually think there is light.
It's a no-win situation. But if they wanted to,
I like your idea. Let's talk about their idea. What would make you go?
If they paid our way, and if if we got, they would have to pay our way. Even if they pay our way, is it worth it? I mean,
I don't think they're going inland, to be honest with you.
Yeah, how are they going to get permission? Like, if they want to do this, they say, hey, we've got access. We're going to be here. Here are the coordinates. Take a look. We're going to be able to see the horizon at X number of degrees off the horizon in all directions. We have facilities so we can be outside for 24 hours. We have, there's no way.
How come I got to the clock stopped at 4:20 and then the smoke went away?
Oh, I can put the smoke. I can put the smoke.
Yeah,
back.
Bring that back. It's the only reason I was fucking with the clock.
There we go.
There we go. Now life is good. Now I feel good about that. By the way, we have Ko-fi.com/Jeranism if you want to support there. It does put the alert on the screen. I should be able to read it, and it also includes a sound bite from Missa. So for the first person who sends one of those in, you'll get to hear a sound bite from Missa.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So anyway, I'm going to start your clock unless you...
I don't want a clock.
Oh, too bad. There it goes.
Put a clock on. That's fine.
Yeah.
So I don't. Again, these are things I don't want to talk about. I just hate it. I hate the fact that you host those friggin' demons on your show.
Let's talk about it. But let's talk about it.
I'm also okay with it, but I hate it.
I think I'm not okay with it anymore, and the reason why is it's going nowhere. The conversation's going. I thought if they had a good moderator, we'd actually get somewhere, and I realized it has nothing to do with the moderator. It's the people
but
involved.
Think how disingenuous. Their strongest arguments are the dumbest ever. But when McLooney Tunes was showing the horizon drop from an airplane, he's showing the land, and then it goes into like a fuzzy white area, and he says, "Well, that's the sky."
No, that's from November. They say, "How can I get some dome, Dave?"
Okay, we gotta take out the read thing. I'm gonna fix that. Totally screwed up the soundbite. Way to go, Kofi. Let me go. And I'll read that again, but I have to take out the. Where does it say play audio? Where'd that come from? Is there no option for that? No, I've heard he doesn't do it. Austin doesn't do it. How does it? How do you turn that off? Oh, here it is. Nope. Yeah, good. Got it. We're good. Next time. That's a good scam I've got. No, if you want to hear the soundbite, you got to do it again. Good little scam I've got. Okay, go ahead. Back to you, Dave.
So no, I'm just saying that one where he shows the airplane, it's got the horizon and it's got the lower line, and he's like, "Oh, that's the horizon." He doesn't understand. I mean, he does. He's not that stupid, but he's that disingenuous or that much of a deceiver. That horizon goes way beyond where you can see it. You can't see forever. The higher up you are, the farther you can see the flat Earth. But the problem is the atmosphere, even at that high, that height gets thicker and thicker and thicker. And he was asking for, where's your measurement, of the horizon rising to eye level? Well, did you know that an airplane, tell me if I'm wrong here, Jaron, flying at 39,000 feet, at 39,000 feet, the horizon should be 242 miles away. Standing at the edge of the sea, if you wanted to see a person or a building 242 miles away, they'd have to be 39,050 feet tall because that's how far the drop is over the curve.
All right.
So 39,050, those numbers just match by coincidence, by the way. That's the drop off of the horizon, but you're already 39,000 feet in the air. So that is, what is that, 78,000 feet? So when you're up in an airplane, the horizon should be 78,000 feet below you. But it is apparently at about
degrees.
eye level.
Right.
What's that?
So apparently it's 3 degrees. Yeah. Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
But,
I mean, how can it be optical but not? How can it be physical but not? They get to use whatever they want at any time. This is what they think is science, Dave. They think that me going out and observing a mountain that's not supposed to be there, right? Then they just say, well, how much of the mountain did you see? Oh, that much? Yeah. Oh, then they say, yep, then it's this much refraction. That's science. Like, what are you talking about? How is that science? Yeah. You can just turn up the refraction until you see what we see and then say it's globe evidence. These guys aren't even aware that they promote a false or a undebunkable, unfalsifiable model is what I'm trying to say.
And then Fight the Fat Shirt. He shows a cartoon of the Earth.
Be careful.
Goes, there's your atmosphere without a container.
Be careful. He's strong.
I know. Well, God,
he's been trained by the military.
You know what? I don't like thinking about those demons, looking at those demons, and the Robot Polisher did a piece, one on each of them, and they were both they just give me the creeps. It's just horrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's just horrible. But think about it. When we go up in a balloon, at 120,000 feet. Let me say, hold on, that's not the balloon. We go up at 120,000 feet. Where's my balloon? Hold on. The Earth turns. Here we go. Boom. The Earth turns white. Colors get muted. But when NASA goes 1 million miles away to the Earth and takes a picture, we have vivid blues and vivid greens and perfectly crisp clouds that are bigger than some countries, right? And then if you look at the continent, it only shows, was it Africa or the Nile River or whatever? It only shows like where the rest of the continents. The scale is wrong, and they're claiming that to be real. When you get to that point, these guys are clowns. Nobody should ever address them again. Nobody.
Yeah, I might be
there.
That's
my opinion. That's my opinion.
I might be there. I thought I could move what's going on here? Stupid things aren't getting in my system. I mean, it's just that I thought that I could be a good mod and it would keep the conversation in line, and then we might get somewhere. But we've never gotten anywhere. Not in any conversation. It's just yell at each other, and you're talking over me. No, you need to bring evidence for this. No, you need to bring evidence for that. It's pretty dirtball.
Right, but also I do want to say the horizon never rises to eye level.
Okay.
Ever. Because you can't see the horizon, because the horizon is always a little bit farther than you can see. Now you have an optical horizon where you can't discern the distance any farther. I can show a couple slides here if you want to take a minute, or this is Speaker's Corner. We'll do it another time.
It is Speaker's Corner, but I'll give you how about 2 minutes? Can you do it in 2 minutes?
I can do it in 2 minutes.
Okay,
all right.
Go.
And my graphics are the worst. All right. And maybe somebody can do it. Do it better. But let's go here. Perspective, convergence. All right. So here we have a horizon. Okay. And so I'm standing at the edge of the beach right here. And if we look out, we'll go all the way out to where it goes from light to dark. Now, how far would you say that is in feet? How far would you say that is?
In feet?
Yeah, in feet, because that's not really that far.
No, it's probably
that's not far. I could throw a rock
field.
that far.
I don't know, football
What's
field.
That?
Maybe football field. But okay, let's go half football field.
Let's go 100 yards. I like that, 100 yards.
Okay, 100 yards.
So we'll say that's 100 yards. This is actually less than 100 yards.
Okay.
All right, but this is very close. Now, from here to that horizon is miles.
Yes.
Miles. So if I put another line at 100 yards, that's 200 yards. That's 300 yards. That's 400 yards. You can't even see. The lines are stacking up now to the point, let me go back one, where I have to put another 50 or 100 lines before I can get to that apparent horizon. And now if we looked at them orthographically, those are all the same distance apart. They're 100 yards, 100 yards. But at the point where you can't tell that one's farther than the next, that's your horizon. You with me?
Yeah.
So if we looked at it sideways, we got our boat here. And so this is 100 yards. And so now I'm showing you a perspective from the viewer. Like if I was the viewer looking over, the boat would be getting smaller. Now I'm looking at this orthographically. So trolls, I'm not saying that the boats are getting smaller from this point of view. They're getting smaller, but
Ruhif. But anyway.
Well, yeah, whatever. I got so many messages. You stupid. Your thing. The boats are getting smaller, but it's orthographic. Just understand.
Relax.
Another 100 yards. So let's call this a mile, another mile, another mile, another mile, another mile, another mile, another mile. Right. And now between this line and the edge of the screen, there's probably 5 or 10 or 15 more lines. Right. But you can't tell the difference. Anything past right here.
It's all going to look the same.
So the boat is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, if you have a tiny little wave, that little wave is going to hide all of those farther lines, and that boat is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. But here's the other thing that people don't realize. So here we have our perspective lines on the ground. The sky has the same perspective lines. So this distance right here is the same as this distance, is the same as this distance, is the same as this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. And I haven't even gotten to the point where they've touched, because they're never going to touch. They get half, 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 and they get closer and closer and closer, but they never touch. But if I had just a little wave on top of this yellow line right here, it's going to hide everything that's beyond it. Yeah. It's weird because the math, if you do the math on paper, it doesn't make sense. But this is how we see. So here I got my 6-foot guy and my 3-foot box. And this distance right here is X. And if I just slide that box out, now orthographically it's not getting smaller, but for this guy it's getting smaller. This line, this is just like 3 times as far, the distance between there and there. And now it's really stretching out. So we'll do it a smaller scale. So this guy can see over the box. He can't see the water that's right below the box there. He can't see if there was a little tiny boat right there. He couldn't see it. Right. So we move it out, we move it out, we move it out. And now we move it all the way out here. Now this line will never be level. It will always be going down to 3 feet below his eyes, except from his point of view, it looks level.
Right. And
it looks level. And so now he can't see the difference between every mile from here. We'll go from this yellow box to it won't never get to the end of the screen because it's only getting half and half and half and half and half. But things will get smaller and smaller and smaller. But this 3-foot wave, this is not going to move. And the things beyond it are going to get smaller, staying within that visible range. That's all I got to say about that.
I like it. Thank you, sir. You ever my iPad's making me change my iCloud password. I've had it for like 4 years. I'm not going to change it. I want that one. Anything else, Dave, for us before we let you go? Much love to you, by the way. You're a good Jew, not like some of the other ones. Not all of them are bad, but some are.
I can't disagree.
What is
I
the name of that?
Disagree.
Oh, I was reading this article today about there's this group of them that were trying to get retribution for the Holocaust. Have you ever heard about this group? They're like called the Renegades or something. And they poisoned like 2,000 Germans with, I got to find the name of the actual group, but they poisoned it's the Avengers. The Avengers. Have you ever heard the story?
No.
Oh yeah. Everybody look up the Avengers, put the Jewish Avengers, and then read the story. And it's so funny because like if anybody else did this, tell me if this would be allowed. I'll just read it for you real quick. But because we have a Jew on, we want to just get his opinion of this real quick. I'm going to put the Jewish Avengers. And then the story is told like it's cool, like, Jewish Avengers unapologetic for targeting Nazis after World War II. Here's the thing. It's got to be something fake about it, too, because they went in and did some research on it, and they said there's enough arsenic that should have killed tens of thousands of people, and they killed 0. But they're talking to this guy, saying that he basically, here, let's see. 70 years after the most daring attempt of Jewish Holocaust survivors to seek revenge against their former tormentors, the leader of the plot has only one simple regret, that to his knowledge, he didn't actually succeed in killing any Nazis. Joseph Harmatz is one of the few remaining Jewish Avengers who carried out a mass poisoning of former SS men at an American prisoner of war camp in 1946 that sickened more than 2,200 Germans, but ultimately caused no known deaths. A recently declassified U.S. military report obtained by the Associated Press has only added to the mystery of why the brazen operation did not kill Nazis, because it shows the amount of arsenic should have been fatal to tens of thousands. And they just talk about this 91-year-old and how cool it is that he says that he wanted to kill everybody. His only regret is that they didn't. And he still wants to kill them. So, that's cool. It's cool.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's cool.
Very nice.
So he says, this group set out on a simple mission. What was it? He says, kill Germans. Harmit says flatly. How many? As many as possible, he quickly replied. So anyway, that's cool. We should write about that. And yes, way too much arsenic, enough to kill many people. Go ahead, Dave. What do you want?
I'm just saying that when you do the math, it will show you that, it won't disappear behind it. But what you don't understand is once you get to that horizon, that's the point where you can't tell the difference of one more mile. The things will get smaller and smaller and smaller and be hidden. It doesn't matter if a 3-foot wave will touch a cruise ship at 3 feet. It doesn't matter because that cruise ship is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. It's going to disappear into the horizon. It's going to also get blocked by not just by the waves. And if you notice on all of the ones where they have a ship in the foreground and a ship in the background where you can only see the mast, it's always on a super windy, wavy day where we're talking there's 6-8 foot swells out there, probably over eye height. But they never show that on a clear, calm day where we can zoom in and actually bring things completely back into focus. And when being disingenuous again is when they say, how come you can't zoom back in on those ships? Like when McToon was saying, "Oh, I'm zooming in on the ships." He said you can't zoom it back in. Well, yeah, you can't because it's behind those gigantic waves out there. Right. It's behind them. So,
thank you, Dave, very much.
That's how it works. All right,
exit music.
Peace.
Later.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Up next, we've got Alan from Space Audits. Alan. Dave, goodbye.
Yo, what's up, dog?
Trying to drop down. Can't do it. Hold on.
Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila.
I like it. It's a good entrance song for him. Exit song in this particular case. All right, what's up, my friend? How are you? Doing good work over there, by the way. I'm doing okay.
Thank you.
If I could figure out how to turn off this music, there we go. This song's like 10 minutes long, too. We could break out into dance.
Classic.
It is a classic. Billboard top 50, I think, for several months in a row. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever gone below 1. It's always the best one.
It is always number 1. Once it fell down to number 2, but it was another Jewish song. I can't remember which one it was that popped in number 1, then fell right out. So that's pretty cool. All right, we've got
the Hava Nagila remix.
4 minutes. I think it's the Diddy remix, if I remember right.
Yeah. They did a collaboration.
Yeah, for the Godzilla movie. I think.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm going to be doing my segment on absolute space.
All right.
And the concept of that and the measurements that are made with interferometry regarding absolute space. So 1 second here. Switch scenes. Okay, that should switch me.
I see it. Yes, enough. I'll try and get you a little larger.
Cool. All right. So we're going to look here from Einstein's 1905 paper where he's talking about absolute space and the concept of the ether and what it means to abolish the ether or to remove it conceptually from physics. So what he says here is that we will raise this conjecture to the purport of a postulate, right? And it will be called the principle of relativity, and we will introduce another postulate irreconcilable from the former, namely that light will propagate in empty space with a definite velocity of c, which is independent of the state of motion of the emitting body. And then he goes on to say that these two principles will suffice to fix the problems with Maxwell's electrodynamic theory and moving in stationary bodies. And then on top of that, he says the introduction of a luminiferous ether will prove to be superfluous in so much here as the development of the theory will not be required in absolute stationary space provided with special properties, nor will we assign velocity vectors to a point in empty space in which electromagnetic processes took place. And then we're going to read one more for how where Einstein's equations apply. So here he's kind of giving a thought experiment analogy, and what he's describing is an atomic clock going around the Earth at the equator. And this is before atomic clocks, obviously, but this is his conceptualization of where his equations apply. So if a clock at A is moved with a velocity of nu along the line AB to B, and at its arrival at B the two clocks are no longer in sync. But if clock A to if the clock is moved from A to B and lags behind the other, which is remained by B by 1/2 times 2v squared over c squared, the magnitudes of the higher order, the time being occupied by the journey from A to B. So what he's saying here is that it is apparent at once that the results still hold good if the clock moves from A to B in any polygonal line, and also when the points from A to B coincide, and if we assume that the results proved for the polygon line are also valid for the continuously curved line, right? So he's saying that if you have a uniformly rotating motion, that the speed of light will be the same. Okay, so that leads us into Sagnac and absolute space and all this, right? So what he did was to explain the Michelson-Morley experiment. He said even though we're on elliptical orbit paths, that we're actually traveling along geodesics through space-time curvature, and because it's a linear motion, you can't measure linear motion with interferometry or anything, because there's no fixed point of there's no absolute reference frame to measure it with. So if we look here at what I'm showing, we have a line that's supposed to represent, one second, I can't move this. All right, here we go. This line's supposed to represent linear motion. So this has no fixed point of reference. And the one down here is angular rotation, right? So this has a fixed point of reference in the center. So that's why they say like, rotation is absolute or whatever, because they have this point here. So any tangential speed along the rim of this is with respect to this absolute reference frame.
Right.
So when they plug in their equations here, what this equation is describing, this delta t equals 2vl over c lambda, or 4 omega a over c lambda, it's describing the same thing. So in reality, right, when we measure this device, we'll get the area of it, and we know how fast we're going to rotate it, right? And when it's rotating in the lab, the area of that device, the length of it, is still the same, and the how fast it's rotating is the same. It's not changing, right? So we have these two variables, yet we have a split light beam that's supposed to be propagating at the same speed, yet when the beam recombines, there's a gap in the phase proportional to the velocity of the rotating device. So what's happening is this measurement is being made with respect to absolute space. So conceptually, right, the distance is changing, right? But it's only with respect to absolute space. And it's the same for linear motion too, but because they didn't get the velocity that they needed to confirm heliocentrism, they said that doesn't exist. But really, in 2004, when Ruyong Wang came along with a linear interferometer, he had an exact length, right? So he had an exact length. So let's say from this X to this X. And when he moved that exact length, that's what he measured. Like it showed a fringe proportional to the velocity of that moving length. So what that shows is that there is an absolute space doesn't just stop for rotational motion, right? It's this is what they've been hiding, because this is direct evidence that the Earth is stationary. So this is to kind of give some visualizations on what is absolute space, what does it mean to invoke it, and what Einstein's thoughts on that were. So Einstein was saying that he could explain a rotating interferometer without invoking this center fixed point here, right? So that's why when Sagnac came along with his, because Einstein says that any closed polygonal loop in uniform motion, right? We went over the paper, his equations hold true. So there should be no fringe measured in a uniformly rotating platform, but it does. So that's where in Sagnac, falsified relativity in 1913, that was the beginning of it, right? And they've been playing catch up ever since to hide this.
Let me ask you this: do the guys know that they're lying, or do they actually think that they're on to something? Like, is it all? Because like if you look at like Airy's failure, they can't explain that. It simply proves the Earth isn't moving. It proves that the sky is moving. But they're able. So they lying, or do they actually think that they've come up with something that explains it? What's your thoughts?
So they actually never came up with anything to explain even Airy's failure.
Right. So
right.
That's the problem.
So if you're a heliocentrist and you believe that the Earth is moving, the explanation for Airy's failure for you, if you believe in wave particle duality, then the quantization of light is little tiny particles, right? So when those little tiny particles hit the water, they actually have to somehow gain acceleration to maintain the speed so that the telescope doesn't have to correct, right? So that that's a violation of the conservation. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
That's not even part
isn't
of
light going through a fish tank also a violation of the concept of because if you shoot a light through a fish tank, it'll hit the water, slows down, and then when it comes out of the fish tank, it does speed up again, supposedly.
Exactly. Well, that's why we say it's a rate of induction, because it's relative to the medium, right? So it's
yeah, but their model in their model, it's wrong. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So in their model, what they're saying is that the light is actually like bouncing around the intermolecular structure of that, and it's and then it comes. So it's just taking a longer path to travel through it, and when it comes out the other side, it's still going the same speed, which is obviously insane. So anyway, for the heliocentrists and wave particle lads, you have to say that when the light hits the water, it somehow goes faster. And then for the wave lads that are heliocentrists, they have to say that somehow there's some mechanism inside of the telescope that's carrying the wave in the opposite direction of motion, so that it doesn't require a wavelength or a correction angle change. And in Michelson Morley's 1887 paper, the first paragraph he opens up with this explanation, like breaking this down. What's that?
I said I heard you read it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You heard that? Yeah, dude, it's epic, dog. Like they got nothing.
Have you heard Mind Shock when he starts talking about how there was a former forum that was talking about geocentrism, and then he talks about how the real battle was between Einstein and Tesla. Have you heard him talk about that?
No,
I'm gonna send you a clip. I
don't. I've heard like secondhand stories of it, but I don't watch any Mind Shock really.
Thank you very much for the support there. I don't know where the alert went, but anyway, I'll find out. And yeah, I'll find that video for you. I just want you to hear that one part because I got to talk to him and find out what exactly he's referring to. All right, anything else for us before we let you go?
Nope, that's it, man. So tomorrow I'll be streaming Flat Earth Friday, so check us out there. And then, oh yeah, actually, we're about to go live after we wrap this up. So Shane and Toby are going to come through and drop a little gravy, and then we're going to go live and do some reading out of a physics textbook to see if we can't get learned up.
Nice.
And then tomorrow will be Flat Earth Friday, starting at 8 p.m. EST. And then Saturday, we might have a watch party for the principal. So keep an eye out if that pops up on YouTube.
Very cool.
We'll be streaming that, and we'll have a watch party on Discord.
It is mandatory viewing if you're a flat earther, if you're a geocentrist, if you are a globe skeptic. If you have not yet watched that movie, you need to do so whenever they have their watch party. How about that? There's your homework assignment. All right, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, peace.
Later. All right, we've got Shane up next. Shane St. Pierre. How are you?
Nice. What's up? What's going on, everyone? Jaron, good to see you again, man.
You as well. You as well. All right, there you go.
Thought we'd do about 4 minutes of Shane's model, since I don't think everyone knows about it yet.
All right, Shane's model, guys. Check it out. Here we go. When are you ready? Let's get it going.
So we used to have Walter Bisland's model, which I used to use religiously when we got here, but it had this problem called bendy light that we had to remove, right? So what we had to do was go through the source code, grab it, post it up, do a private hosting, redo the JavaScript so that we have a bigger personal dome. We have removed bendy light. We've, redefined essentially every description of the mechanism of how it works. So it's actually accessible at adl.place. You can just hop on.
He's at adl.place for those wondering where we're at. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. And you can do the database up here, which is going to support the reasons for the model, and just click on the model, and here we go. Change the picture, of course, for a new emblem, but these descriptions, what I mean, these have all been updated. They're more accurate. They describe the mechanisms by which this model is working. And essentially all it does is take observations from timeanddate.com and squish them onto this map. Now, it is sort of the celestial coordinate map, just like all the other maps, right? We have the globe map, which we can translate to any other map at will. They're all equal, guys, right? The same GPS, longitude, and latitude system is used for each. So when we arrive at something like this, it's, the best version of what we have available to us, right? So there we go, a nice azimuthal equidistant. That's what we're using. It's just the same data translated for everyone. So we chose to emulate it with that. But the other thing is, this isn't just based on random, flat Earth science. This is actual observations and mathematical based celestial sphere mechanics, right? So the big one, which was 69 miles per degree, right, was you can't have that because it's curvature. Oh, false. Nope. Vertical spreadsheet enforced a unit circle to do some basic trig and walked that angle from 90 degrees all the way from the North Pole to the equator, and marked down what the unit circle forcing the spherical radius at 3959 would do. And actually it works perfectly. Go figure. We did some graphs, did some data, did some analysis. Of course, that's also where we determined that we don't see linearly. It's actually, a logarithmic-like scale approaching the limit of your vision, but never actually reaching it. So that's the backup for that. Of course, we have the backup for the math for the spherical limit of your visual space. Of course, if we don't see in Euclidean 3D space, then of course it has a limit, and that limit can be described by the combination of the Rayleigh criterion, the limit of your vision being the radius of 3959, and the expected optical drop rate, right, of 8 inches per mile squared. Those can always be backwards compatible to derive any of the other two. If you have two, you can derive the other third. So that's the basis for the spherical limit of the celestial sphere. Of course, we also use and utilize the celestial sphere. That's the whole basis for the model over here, is the moving personal celestial sphere. And if you're unfamiliar with that, the database tab associated with that has a nice little tool that you can just go check out how the celestial sphere actually works, right? I'm not doing anything crazy. This is exactly how everyone observes the sky. We're just going to put it in a pattern that makes it more agreeable to you, right? So this is essentially how it would work. You start the animation, they emulate the Earth turning. This is just the stars turning, and this is what everyone sees. Super easy. All right, so I just wanted to get that out there in 4 minutes and make sure we have everyone available. It is called Shane's model, so that you can confidently throw it out there, and then I can take all the flat questions, animosity, which will undoubtedly come with it. Yeah.
When you showed the graphs and you showed that the tail end of our site is dying off, would that cause things in the distance to appear lower?
It could. It also specifically governs things at the limit, right? So when they say we see linearly infinitely, it's like, okay, but at the horizon, is that 69 miles per degree? If you see a star on the horizon and you move 69 miles, does it move up 1 degree? And the answer is no. Right. It's past this point, right? It doesn't actually follow that limit. And below this limit, it wouldn't actually follow that limit. So right here is the linear portion, right? So at the edge of the limit, we would say that it approaches unresolvability as near as the logarithmic function would approach infinity, right? So it doesn't actually be, it's beyond 3959, but it's unresolvable. So it's within your limit, but you can't resolve it.
And between the two red lines you're talking about, that's when we can do the, if something's twice as far away, it's half as big, because it's going to work linearly through that zone.
Exactly. So right here, if you stuck to this portion, then everything you observe linearly, the math would work out exactly. Yep. And then it would start to not work out right past here. But don't worry, they have correction tables to make sure that that never happens, right? So if you happen to use data past that point, you just correct it based on the logarithmic correction scale, and everything's hunky-dory again, right here.
Beautiful.
So it's all good.
Shane's model, everybody, and you can find it at adl.place, amongst many other things there. So have fun tonight. You guys are going to do a little reading?
We are. We do a little reading every Thursday. We like to be edumacated, as they say.
All right.
Do some actual PDFs. Yep.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, buddy.
Thanks for having us, man. Talk to you later.
Later. Up next, we've got, I thought it was going to be Nicole. Too bad. All right. I'll deal with you. Lowry, what's up?
You didn't even play my music. You didn't play my welcome music.
I forgot. What is it, Big Balls?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. You don't have to do it.
I hear some echoing here.
I'm actually arguing with Brenda in the backstage.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, buddy.
Okay, yeah.
Brenda's been banned. All right, maybe I'll let her on.
Oh, it's AC/DC. It's AC/DC, right?
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be.
You don't have to play it.
No, I won't
play it. You can play
it. Okay. Okay, go ahead. I don't have time to play it yet.
It's okay. It's okay. I've Brenda's back here. I'm not even gonna pay attention to that. Last night,
I gotta deal with them.
What a train wreck, dude. The very last question I sent over, and it was addressing water level on big industrial projects, a canal,
right?
And dude comes out and says water level isn't actually level. And
they've got the most easy belief of all time. It's just spread out. It's just everything's it is the way we observe it, but it's actually globe evidence. No matter what you see is globe evidence.
I just didn't even. I was like, at that point in time, secretly, I was kind of a little bit mad at you because I was like, why are you having these fools on anymore?
Well, I've kind of decided not to. I mean, if we got anywhere, it would be worth it, but we're not getting anywhere. So nobody's conceding. Nobody will even concede a point. Nobody will ever. It's like they're all got their egos in the way. So whatever. What are you gonna do?
I can't remember if it was Craig or if it was McToole that said, but he said it with a smile on his face.
45 seconds.
Sorry, what?
I thought you were going to say who picked their nose for 45 seconds. I was going to say it was Craig.
Well, yeah, it was probably Craig or whatever. But I'm just like, I'm looking at him, and while he's smiling, whoever it was that said it was one of those two. He's smiling, saying water isn't actually level, and I was like, wow.
No water has been it's never been measured as a level. Never.
What do you even do with that? I mean, that's just like
they want the numbers.
Like
give them the numbers. They want you to measure the zero of level. Should have just told him 0. No, what is your measurement? 0. It's 0.
Yeah,
zero on both sides.
I was really, really just, that was a frustration point where I was like, okay, I like that you do the debatism, but I just, when I saw him smiling, the whole, what do you call that? Duper's delight.
Yeah.
And he said that, while saying it, I was like, that's a guy that can lie in real time.
Right.
And I was like, you're like, your audience doesn't even deserve to have to look at a face like that. It's just like, they got their chance to do what they were going to do. And they just lied, like straight up, and didn't have any problem doing it. And I was just looking at the screen. I just wanted to see how they reacted, if their face kind of moved a certain way. And,
I mean, it's like they say, there's no such thing as a vacuum. There's no space isn't a vacuum. Okay, it's the closest thing to it. So then there's no such thing as a vacuum at all. So we shouldn't even have a word for. We shouldn't even have that word because there's no such thing. So what do we have words for? There's no such thing. But anyway, he knows what we're talking about. But like that's an argument point. There's nothing. It's just as close as can be a vacuum. Okay, we get it. Like it's not an arguing point. But anyway.
Yeah, and I'm just like, well, I mean, again, everybody that's been through a lot of those with those two fools, it after a while, it's just like it sucks your energy and you just want to throw your computer out the window. So like, I barreled through it last night.
Have you watched Robot Polisher today?
Dude, I watch him every day. That dude is crushing right now.
Go watch his videos for Tune and for FTFE today, and you'll feel better. they're both hilarious, and that doesn't even include FTFE's nose picking escapade last night. Maybe he was scratching his brain. I don't know. It was kind of hard to see. So many people sent it to me today. It's like so funny.
Yeah, dude. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna use up all my time. I'm just I might do some little bit.
Hey,
of
thank you very much.
Promotion.
We got there's the Faust new member. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Jeranism Club. What now?
Yeah, I'm not gonna use all my time. I might do a little self promotion.
Do it.
I'm announcing my my channel finally. I wanted to get like 11 videos on there. It's called The Reckoner, or it's at I Am The Reckoner on YouTube. It's gonna be a real slow burn. I'm trying to take this topic very slowly for people and not try to immediately push them away with like a lot of high-end math and like all this stuff. I'm just kind of
I like it.
Making it a little bit pretty. It's going to be for people.
Is that where your podcast is happening? I know you guys are doing a podcast.
I will start doing that probably in the next couple of months, but like right now I'm just streaming. I'll stream with Crumb every now and then. I'll stream with a few other people, but I think we're going to do Rico's tinfoil sombrero show is going to begin. I think we're going to be with you Saturday afternoon just to kind of get the ropes on streaming and stuff.
Yep.
And then, but the Reckoner is a different channel, which you'll probably stream out of there too at some point in time. But anyway, that'll be a slow burn. And when I learn the ropes of, the hobo speak and trying not to get, slapped with YouTube shit.
It's fun. It's fun to dance around with YouTube.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go back to arguing with Brenda in the backstage. I hope you're good.
That sound joyful.
All right. Love you, brother.
All right, later.
Cheers.
Cheers to you as well. I want to real quick just say hello to our oops, put this over here. What did I do? Hold on. That's not going to work. We are going to put this up here. Just to point out the sponsors we've got. Oops, that's not right. We don't have them. We have, first and foremost, how about THC Show .live. There you go. You just go there, click this, click shop THC merchandise, and as you can see, you can get one of these very cool THC hats, which stands for Truther's Hour of Comedy, not like you might think it stands for. You can go here, get one of these LED backpacks, get a It's Flat Like Your Mom shirt. There you go, and thank them for being sponsors of the show. We've also got Tinfoil Hat, the tinfoilhatfactory.com. Check them out. Great hats for you. Thank them as well for being sponsors. And last but not least, we've got the one, the only, jjcbdrub.com. jjscbdrub.com. Get your natural CBD rub. If you have pains, ailments, anything else you could possibly think of, a bad ankle, bad feet, maybe your armpits smell, probably try and rub a little bit of that on your armpits. Just don't say I told you to do that. All right, let's get back to the next guest on today's show, and I believe it's going to be Ruhif. Do you need the intro again? He knows geometry. He weighs in at 113 pounds from underneath.
Hang on.
Down under.
76 kilos? What's that?
I don't know. Maybe I was close. My guess was right
said 113. I'm 167 pounds. Okay. There you go.
I was close. Do you know that Cleopatra was closer to the iPhone than she was to seeing the pyramids built?
I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So you're talking earlier about this conversation not getting anywhere. And I think yesterday's debate was an excellent example of that. Just this measurement of the horizon drop. I mean, McToon and Craig were asking for measurements.
Is it
and
physical
you've got
or
someone
not?
like Dave.
Is it physical or not? Is the horizon a physical location?
Yes, but you see it in its apparent position.
So how are we measuring things in apparent positions and then making claims about apparent positions?
Because you account for refraction.
Okay. I don't think you guys understand what you're saying when you just say that. Like, to just accept that refraction has been measured, like, there's that one guy, I forgot his name, Ole or something, the one who lied to me and said that he was like a fan of mine just so he could try and get my address, my home address. Weirdo. So anyway, he first of all, he says he doesn't understand how somebody can see further on a flat earth if they get higher. Anybody that's that brain dead, I can't talk to. What I mean, a 6 foot tall person can see farther than a 3 foot tall person can see farther than a rat. That's like the easiest thing in the world to understand. A rat is not going to see as far as you can because it's close to the ground. So it's like, if we can't even get to those points. And then the other thing is, like we were just talking about, he said to me, so you're talking about what Dave says, or the horizon, or the drop of the horizon, is they just want to basically say that no matter where, no matter what we see, it's evidence of the globe. Like, I see why you guys are so cocky, because you just, no matter what evidence anybody sees, it can be fit into the globe, which tells me it's unfalsifiable.
We'll get to there in a second.
Okay,
about
I'm interrupting your time. You go ahead. I don't want to take your time.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've shared a photo. If you can present that.
Where? Oh, in Telegram?
Presenting. No.
Oh, sorry. I see.
We're presenting again.
Add to. Okay, got you. Yeah. You're on.
Yeah. So I own a theodolite, and just for shits and giggles, when I go and look at boats or whatever, I will measure the horizon. So that measurement on the screen next to the V number, so it's 90 degrees from vertical plus 11 minutes and 27 seconds.
So if you went out there every day, would you always measure the same?
Very close to it, yes.
Well, but it changes.
Very close to it.
But it moves.
Tiny bits within a few arc seconds, yes.
So what about like when we watch the time lapse of Skunk Bay, stuff like that? Like those?
Yep. Get away from the surface, like I've said for like 6 years now.
Okay.
When you're close to the surface, you've got the heat exchange between the water or the ground or whatever and the air above it. You're in that shit area where the gradient is not stable. All right. So from this 11 minutes and 27 seconds below eye level, I can imply my observer height. Right. If I plug in.
Right. The model was built around what we can see.
Right, but it matches what we expect on a globe.
You say
that's the point.
Okay. I mean, I know you say that, but the model has been built around what we see. So how could it not do that?
Right. Does it match? Can you build a flat Earth model that matches what we see?
Give me 300 years and all the government. What do you mean? You guys have had 400 years and all the government money, kings and queens money, and to come up with the model. So give me that and 400 years, and yes, I can.
Okay, 60 nautical miles per degree. Done. Use that.
Didn't Alan just explain how they did that? Or not Alan, but Shane?
I didn't listen.
Oh,
no, sorry.
Well, Shane said that they've figured out, they mapped the 60 miles per degree on a flat Earth. You can go to adl.place to find
that. I think Shane's pulling your leg a little bit. I helped him with that. He knows what's wrong with it.
What's wrong with it?
He's talking about gleams, right? Gleam.
No, he did his own. He just did his own, he said.
I helped Shane with that. And he just makes up this term called apparent height, and it's rubbish.
How is it? What is rubbish about it? Because I know, here's the thing that you could be a good guy because you're actually nice. You're actually helpful when somebody needs it. But the reason I could not be is because I really feel like you think that if it didn't get taught out of a book, it cannot be true. Like when I was trying to talk to you about the Mirage yesterday, you were just like, I don't get it. And I had predicted that. I told you, when I tell you this, you're not going to even understand because you can't fathom that I'm saying anything that you weren't taught can be true. So you just dismiss everything.
I'll send you 2 slides this afternoon when I get back about that mirage. You seem the reason I was confused there is because you seem to be agreeing then that downwardly bending light will show the apparent position higher, and I was like, you've been railing against that for weeks.
No, I don't, because again, I'm asking about when you're looking through a tank, right? Like the light is coming out and then it's going to the opposite direction because we're looking at it from outside the tank. For instance, if you shine a light through a water tank, it hits the water, it's going to bend towards the normal, right? Right? In the water. But then it has to exit the water, so then it's going to a less dense medium, so then it's going to bend the other way.
No, we're talking about what it does in the gradient. So that one of those videos that I recorded unlisted for you, it didn't matter whether the light source was inside or outside of the
Yeah, you're
tank.
arguing the wrong point. But anyway, I'm saying, I'm talking about those actual tests. That's what I talked about, my tank and the glass or the little acrylic thing I used. That's what I was talking about. But what I was
square cup?
No, the square glass you said was angled. Now, what was wrong with the idea of the mirage happening? If we know what happens on a mirage when the air is significantly warmer than the water, right? Or it's actually colder. The air is colder than the air above it, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, hot surface. Hot surface makes it curve upwards, right?
Okay.
Like that.
What do you mean curve upwards? The sky is shown lower.
Yeah, but that's from light bending like this. Where are we? There. That's from light going like this.
Okay. So that's bending down or bending up?
No, that's bending up.
Both ways though. It's coming down. You just did down. Show this.
No. When I say bending down,
okay,
I mean the change in direction is towards the ground, right? So it can still be this is an angled up light ray.
Okay.
Right? If it changes direction that way, that's bending up. If it changes direction that way, it's bending down. Right? Even though it's still traveling up.
Okay.
Right? It's curving down.
Gotcha.
Right? Curving up that way.
Okay.
So the inferior mirage is just light curving up. So you're looking, the angle that you're looking
okay, but hold on a second.
At the mirage is down.
You say light curves up, and then we see things where? Higher or lower?
Lower.
So we see the sky lower than it should be.
Well, it's an inferior mirage, yeah. Okay. Your line of sight goes down, but it's bending up and then goes to the sky.
So then what I was saying is if we take the opposite of that, which is when you're over the water. Okay, so when you're over water, now it's different than when you're over a hot ground, right?
Yeah, bending down. Yep.
What do you mean?
So you see things higher.
Right. So you would see the water higher.
Yes, we see the horizon higher than it physically is. Yes,
right.
This is what I've been saying to you for months.
Okay, so then why would you question why we see things behind that curve? You just said the water is shown higher. So when boats are sitting on the real water, wouldn't they be behind the mirage that we see?
No, they're also higher.
Oh my goodness.
They get refracted as well.
Oh my goodness. They don't. I mean, so you're saying when
yes, they do.
No,
everything does. The path of light from that ship is also bending down.
Okay, well, at least you're somebody who agrees that the floating boats aren't actual mirages.
Right. Yeah. There could be actual reflections. Probably actual reflections.
The boats?
Like reflecting the color, the color of the water being the same as the sky could be an actual reflection.
Sure. Off the road, you mean? Or off the water, whatever it is?
Off the water, yeah.
Right? So I don't know if you can see my screen. Let me see if you can see this. Wait.
Hang on. Yeah, I'll stop sharing one sec.
Okay, and I need to add myself back.
There we go.
Oh, there, you can see me now. Just put this here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see this. Oh, you don't see it yet. Oh, yeah, you do.
Zoom in.
You see this mirage here going on?
Just, yeah.
Well, okay, but you can see that let's pretend that there's no grass here, that this is all just asphalt. As far as we can see, we're in a parking lot. Well, then we would see the horizon line here lower because we see the sky mirroring and showing lower, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so when the opposite thing happens, so now imagine that we are on water. Then the opposite thing would happen, which would mean if here we're seeing the sky appear lower, then there we would see the ground, the water, appear higher.
Yeah, downwardly bending light causes things to appear higher.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Did we get there?
What do you mean? So if we have water that's up higher than it should be, then that's why things get hidden behind it.
No, because the boat is also refracted.
No. No, it's just what you see close. That's the equivalent of saying that. So why don't, if we saw something over here in the sky, would you say that it has to be here too as well?
Sorry, so again, if I saw something in the sky,
like if we saw the I don't know, the sun here, would the sun be shown in the ground too?
it depends how much the light's curving upwards, but it could be. Yeah, I mean, you often see when the sun's setting, you see it melt into the horizon.
Right. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about here in this scene.
That's upwardly bending light doing that.
Here's a good example of what I'm talking about. I mean, this here. So again, if this is flipped upside down and the sky becomes the ground, then the water would be seen higher than it is, and things would get hidden behind it.
No, they don't. The reason you see an inferior mirage is because there's something physically stopping the path of light. That doesn't happen when there's nothing above it.
What?
I'll have to draw it. I've got to go. I've got to be an appointment in 10 minutes.
All right, bye.
I'll draw it for you today and send it to you. All right. Thanks, Jaron. See you.
I think that Ruhif is paid to distract me and keep me tied up in nonsense. I can't get to the 4 o'clock fast enough. Brenda, you're on. Your 4 minutes started seconds ago. Go ahead. Brenda. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go. Your clock's on. Yes. It's the best visit of Brenda we've ever had. Oh, this is so good. Please, clock, keep going. Please, clock, keep going. Please, clock, keep going. Please, clock, keep going. Go, 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 go. This is great. Everybody, how about this for Brenda's appearance, huh? Pretty good one. Love this. Oh, it's the best one we've ever had. You're right, Brenda. Yep. Yep, absolutely. I know. You apologize for calling me a liar. Great. I appreciate that. Call me a grifter. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes. What else now? Anything else? You now think the Earth is flat? I agree with you. Nice. Nice to hear. All the globe evidence is fallacious? I agree. Totally. Yeah. Brenda, where are you? You're going to hurt the ratings. People come to watch you flounder and tell me that I didn't do my test right or my experiment right. And I'm a liar, 17 feet, and people with 6-foot arms hold it up there and stuff. I don't know. What the hell? 76 people in the... I don't see your private chat messages. Hopefully those aren't to me. The countdown has begun. Let's go listen to this real quick in the meantime. Oh, gone. Ended the call. Well, what's the clock at so we can remember? 2:43. Lost the first minute, 15 seconds. How about no longer on the plane?
Hey, how are you doing, Jaron?
What's up, boss? All right.
Hey. Great. So it's been a while since I checked in with you. Been working hard on the wiki.
Very good.
I just threw this OBS scene together today. So hopefully it all works out.
Okay.
But yeah, I got a new logo, so you can kind of see that here in the background.
I like it.
Yeah. So let me scroll down here. I'll show it to you a bigger screen here. So I was watching Aether Cosmology, and they were all talking about how they were using AI to build logos. So I said to my son, hey, help me build a new logo with using AI, right? And so I, said a few keywords and stuff, and I make a logo with, a torus field with the words True Earth Wiki, and it comes back with this graphic basically, except for the text was all spelled wrong. Even though I literally spelled it out, it couldn't spell True Earth Wiki.
I've seen that before with the AI. That's a little confused.
Yeah, so I had to delete that band and then kind of fix it up. But yeah, it's been awesome. Been working hard on this wiki here, just trying to kind of spread the word about it. I've got a couple shows booked up in June. One with The Missing Link.
Oh, nice.
And one with Josh Monday.
Okay.
And so I'm kind of excited about that. So I started working really hard on this thing to get this ready. Some of the new stuff in this wiki is I upgraded the scripture section, because I used to have like a list of Bible verses under miscellaneous down here. And I replaced it with this thing called Scriptures Plus, because I wanted to include all these other books that have been taken out of the Bible.
Right.
So I have right here missing books of the Bible, and I've got just links here like crazy. And these are all PDFs to all of these different books that have been taken out of the Bible. There's the book of Adam and Eve, of course, Enoch, Jasher, the book of Giants,
That's awesome.
Tobit. I mean, all this crap.
Where'd you get those?
So,
Did you check out Rob Skiba's site?
no,
Okay.
I found it. I found half of these by myself, and then part of them I found on the Unexpected Cosmology.
Okay, I've read that.
Which
site
is
before. Very cool.
yeah, that place is the bomb. So yeah, then I go down here and just start describing, things like the Apocrypha.
Mhm.
Sorry,
Apocrypha.
and which is kind of talks about, here's the books and synopsis is about them. So anyway, this whole section, so that's just the missing books of the Bible. My other pages, like creation, for example, it's got all the discussing how our Earth was created. So you got your Genesis 1:1 kind of stuff, and you can see I have it in bold letters, so it shows real good. So it's right to the point for each of these verses, what they're about, and then you get past them. And then here's all of those other books. Like, for example, Jasher. He created the heavens which are above and blah, 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 and the waters. And so all of these extra books are also referenced here. So now it's not just the Bible, but it's other books, other witnesses, if you will.
Even the hidden books or the
Exactly.
suppressed books.
Yeah,
nice.
so I thought that was going to be a, kind of a win because it's pretty unique. A lot of people have, their 200 Bible verses or whatever, but in this case, I've got the Bible verses plus the extra books. So this whole section is awesome. I wanted to see if I could find this one for you. Or no, space. Let's go to space. That one's awesome. So real quick, I'm probably running out of time.
Yeah, close.
Okay.
It's all about space.
Okay, this guy right here. So, a Testament of Solomon, and here's a part of it I'll read. And men, seeing us, imagine that the stars are falling from heaven, but it is really not so, O king. But we fall because of our weakness, and because we have nowhere anything to lay a hold of. And so we fall down like lightnings in the depths of night, and suddenly, and we set cities in flames and fire to the fields. For the stars have firm foundations in heavens like the sun and the moon. Bam. That's some crazy cool stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, people should definitely check that out. Flat Earth or True Earth.
True Earth Wiki. So there's lots of new articles, lots of new music, lots of new Bible stuff. I've just been working like crazy building new articles and stuff in here all over the place.
Kevin Douglas
so that's
says over 1 million miles per hour, but can't detect it. I'd call that stationary.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yep. So that's what I've been working on. I wanted to check in with you. But yeah, last time we talked, you said something about, hey, how about mapping it from a domain? And honestly, I have not figured out how to do that. There's some articles about it, but I'm just like too stupid to figure it out.
Did you already get one?
And no,
Okay.
I was looking into buying one, but I was just like,
yeah, if you buy one from GoDaddy, it's simple. I could do it.
Yeah.
Easy, because you just
but
need
I
to
just
change.
couldn't find out a good way to do it in the instructions. So I was just like,
Yeah, you just
man.
change the C name or the A name, and we'll just get it.
C name,
right
yeah,
spot.
usually.
Yeah.
And since it's, the address is trueearth.wikitide.org.
You might want to check
So
because there is a .wiki address. You might be able to get trueearth.wiki.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Yeah,
go
I think that one might be taken. I've looked around for a while. I've played with it, but I couldn't.
Look at that tip. It is so big. It's just like out there. It's like.
All right, so that's the
I
timer,
like
right?
big tips, and I cannot lie. Yes. Go ahead.
All
was
right.
that? We've got $25 tip from Weltall to. They say keep up the great work. Oh, the debates with the Globers really expose them for the paid chills that they are. So you're voting for. I'm going to actually ask a vote here in the chat whether or not we should keep them going. If you want to support, we're at 24% of the goal. Do that at kofi.com/Jeranism. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's good. Definitely support the show. Jeranism is an awesome show.
Thank you.
So I wouldn't know what to do without your channel. All right, so hopefully I'll be able to support you some more here in the future too. I'm planning on it. I'm trying to get myself ready to sign up to your
VIP?
cool little VIP club. Yeah, club.
We're
Yeah,
starting at 5.
exactly.
On Saturday,
Yeah.
we've got Saturday's the VIP hangout. Tomorrow night's
Mhm.
the crypto hangout. So we've been having some good times. There's good people in there in the group, in the Telegram group. So we're having a good time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's it for me. Take care, Jaron.
All right,
Much
have a good
love.
one. Later. All right. Let's go out there. Let's get this going. All right. I was going to show you, speaking of AI and the things that AI do that's crazy, I just told it today. Let me tell you exactly what I wrote, too. Hey, thank you very much. What do we got? Sir Skippy87 is a new member. Thank you, Sir Skippy. Nice name, too. All right. Is the show quiet? Let me go up a little higher there. Maybe it's a little quiet. All right. So let's listen to this real quick while I fix this. This is a, I just typed into, oh, does it show me what I typed in or no? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, it does. I put a reggae song about Speaker's Corner, where viewers get to come on the show and speak, say anything, free speech, power to the people of Flat Earth. Welcome to Speaker's Corner. And this is what it came up with. It's I mean, it's just incredible.
Welcome to the show. Free speech on demand. Speaker's Corner, where ideas expand. People from around, come and take a stand. Say what's on your mind. Let your voice come on. Yeah. In May 2024, we gather around. Power to the people. Let's make some sound. Flat Earth believers never backing down. Sharing their truth, spinning round and round.
I don't know about that part. They tried to throw that in there.
Speakers Corner, round and round. Speakers Corner, where the words.
Oh, the fireworks going off. Everything's just happening. Lord Racer, thank you. Welcome to the member.
And let your voice be. Together we stand in unity. Speakers Corner, let's embrace diversity.
I'm sorry, I like it. It's too much. Like it's too good. All right, should I continue doing the debate shows? Oh, this is where you can't add anything because the thing's in the way. I'm just going to put yes or no. Let's do that. All right, let's go to Ryan in the house. Ryan, what up?
Hey, not much. I just had a quick question. So, what is the Glober's justification to where I live in Illinois, like central Illinois, at like 11:30, 12 o'clock, I can still see the moon. So, like how is that on a ball to where it's not on another part of it? I don't know if this is something that's just been easily addressed, but it's something that's never made sense to me.
So I think my problem is I think everything in the flat Earth terms now. So it's hard for me to actually go back and like, okay, wait. So you're saying on a globe, why do we see the moon? Say it again, because I don't think I understood.
Well, it's so at like 11:30 in the morning,
Okay.
I can still see the moon full and it's great, but on a globe model, like wouldn't the moon need to be on the other side of the earth? So like, I don't know, like China or wherever that it's still dark out, they can see it. Like, how can they justify that we can still see it over here, but they see it over there? Because I mean, even though it's a ball, if it's directly overhead of me, it can't be directly overhead of them. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that that's totally the case. If you're saying that you see it straight above your head, no, you say at the horizon,
straight above my head.
But it wouldn't be not at a full moon. Full moon straight above your head would be at midnight.
Well, no. I mean, not a full moon, but like I can still see the moon straight above my head. And of course, it's supposed to be that the sun is reflecting light off the moon, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But if that were the case, then it should be to the west of me because, you know, the sun is moving towards, you know, everything's moving towards the west. That's where the sun sets. So why would it still be directly above me? And I mean, and there's even times of the year where throughout the day, I can see the moon overhead, like continuously, to where like it doesn't make sense to me to where on the model that they've given us to where why would I see the moon at all? Because theoretically, from their standards, it's traveling around the earth. So it should leave. But I mean, there's times I go to pick my daughter up from school at 3 o'clock and I can still see the crescent moon.
Yes.
And it's like, so Doesn't it have to go around?
They think we're spinning, by the way. They don't think that the moon's... They think the moon very slowly moves around the Earth, 27 days, but they think that the Earth is spinning. So they... so you could be seeing the moon at, when it rises, and then, you could see it later in the day. Again, the moon takes 24 hours, 50 minutes to get around the Earth in the flat Earth model. So I was going to show you this if I can real quick. I'm going to try and see if this works. It might not. Let me try and plug in my phone. See if this will come up on screen. Just because it'll explain to you a little bit better. I think if you look at the flat Earth map, then you'll understand how the moon works. Let me see if this will work.
Well, no, I that's where I understand from the flat Earth perspective.
Gotcha.
But I just don't understand from the globe model. Like anything I've looked up on it, it doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't how they try to explain it. And they still argue it though.
Yeah, because they think they couldn't possibly be wrong. Scientists couldn't possibly lie. That kind of thing. One second, I'm trying to trust.
So they all voted for Joe Biden?
Of course. I think that goes without saying.
Oh, goodness.
Let's see if this is going to come up on screen. It might be easier for me. All right, this is not bad. All right, thank you very much. That was quicker than I usually get it done. So if we look here, like right now, people are seeing both the sun and moon in the sky. I'm going to put this in, like you can't see it. I'm going to move myself back up there. You got to click me. That and you. Hold on, I got to do both of us. This one. There we go. So you should be able to see this map.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll notice that today, right now, if you're in, say, India, somebody in India is seeing both the sun and the moon in the same sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I still see flat earthers say, oh, we see the sun and moon in the same sky. How does that work? Well, it works on a flat earth. And if you think about a globe model would have kind of the same idea. The sun and moon would be way off, far away, but it's still in a place that both these people could see it during the day. Right? And then nobody over here is seeing it. So if you went outside right now, if I went outside, I'm not going to see the moon, and I'm not going to see the sun, or I should see, well, it's the sun setting. So that's, so then this moon moves 24 hours, 50 minutes. So by the sun, say the sun comes around here by tomorrow at the same time, 24 hours. Well, the moon's going to be further back, right? Further, because it takes, in 24 hours, it's going to be here, but it takes 24 hours and 50 minutes. So it takes, so when the sun gets here, it's going to be behind. And it falls behind. So then, right here, we're going to see it during the day. You're going to see it during the day here. And then as it gets over here, away from the sun, then you don't see it in the day anymore. And it's all seen throughout the night, and then it comes back in the day. So that's how we're... Now, if you're talking about on a globe, in order to disprove the moon on a globe, you would need to have 3 people basically see it at the same time. I don't think if you ever had... No matter which 2 people you say can both see the moon at the same time, I don't think that that's a debunk of the globe, at least as far as I can think. I could be wrong, but there's no 2 places that would ever not be able to see the moon. Even if you said the North Pole and the South Pole, the moon could be above the equator, at which point both people would see it technically on the horizon. So, but 3 people is a different story. You know, if you've got somebody in Hawaii and somebody in New York and somebody in China or Australia, now you got a problem. That can't happen. So it just depends. But I mean, I guess I don't understand really your issue other than you say you see the moon. Well, my
issue, I mean, and this is just from what I was taught in school and stuff like that, was to where basically they're like 2 opposing forces, and to where, yeah, if it was in the periphery, that would be one thing, to where you can see it, you know, like off in a distance, but to where for it to be directly overhead and I'm observing it, so whatever is in my area, like the sun is illuminating it, so wherever the darkness is, like they should be seeing the moon, just like when it gets dark here.
Okay, but that's incorrect to think that because it's dark you should see the moon. So we just don't pay attention.
I mean, I understand that, but I just, so like the sun rises and sets, the moon, like, I mean, and there are nights when you can see it, it rises and it comes up and it goes to its apogee, but then it just stays there. And then the next day, I mean, like, no, I get from what you explained there. Like, I get it. I just, to me, like on a globe model, I just don't see how people can argue that point. I got to argue with somebody. I'm a contractor, and I was casually talking about this with someone, and they tried to use that as a reason why. Well, yeah, no, this is why it's a globe, because of the moon. And I'm like, well, I can't really explain that, but that just sounds like a really flimsy argument to me.
Yeah, I mean, I still think people think that the moon comes out at night and the sun during the day, which is true for the sun. The sun can never come out during the night, but the moon, since it falls behind 24 hours 50 minutes, it's going to meander from day to night. We just grew up thinking, I think they told us that the moon controls the night, and we always thought. And then if you go out on a night that you don't see the moon, you probably in your head assume that you don't see it because of clouds or it's hidden or something. You never think, oh, it's out in the day for other people, which is the case.
Yeah. Yep. No. And you're totally right. That explains that. I don't.
Okay.
It was just a wonky argument that I had, but nope. Thank you, sir.
All right. Talk to you soon. Later.
Yep.
All right. We've got up next. Let me get there. Close this over here. Hopefully that makes sense. If somebody has questions about it, you can ask if you need to. Absolutely keep doing the debates. Don't give globe zealots who can't concede on anything a platform. Wait. Absolutely keep doing the debates. Just don't give globe zealots who can't concede on anything a platform. Okay, now you make no sense. So now you want me to be a gatekeeper about who's allowed to be on the debate show. Like, sorry, you can't be on the debate show. Who do you think I'm going to get to go against flat earthers? It doesn't even make sense. Somebody else said that one time before, like, oh, don't let flat earthers on that don't know the model good enough. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Quiz them and then be like, you don't know flat earth enough? Like, you can't be on my show. I mean, it's just stupid. Either you have a debate that's an open forum for anybody to debate, or you don't. You can't dictate who can come on your debate show. Flat, Smack, Flurf, Eric, can you sit up in your chair, please? This is a actual formal place here. We don't just sit back and do our own little thing.
As requested, but I was going to mention that I had assumed the Harmon position.
No, that's an easy boy. You got to be in a lazy boy. I mean, Harmon's position.
Okay. How's the audio?
Terrible. But
what's it need?
I don't know. I hear a buzzing, and you sound like you're on a phone or something.
No, it's a Bluetooth. Let me put in the headphones. Hold on.
Okay. We'll get your 4-minute clock ready. I know people in the audience are probably very upset. I'm not sticking to the 4 minutes. We'll start sticking to the 4 minutes. I like to let people talk when they're making sense, or at least have something to talk about. Ko-fi.com/Jeranism if you want to hear Mrs. sing. I like big tips, and I do not lie. Go ahead, Eric.
So I was late getting to the show. If you want me to, I'll give my pitch about folks calling.
Go ahead. Yes, we like that. I'll even pause for that. This is a public service announcement from Eric. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, the PSA is that everybody listening should try to call in. It's real simple. All you got to do is click the link, and you get all the time you want to set up and get ready. You get a preview of yourself. You can't be put on until you give permission, and you don't even have to have anything to talk about. If you just want to say hi and tell them how much you appreciate Jaren or Flat Smack Flurf, that's all you need to know. So call in, everybody. Try it once.
Join the show. I'll be here until nobody's left.
Well, I've heard you do that before, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I have.
So here's my. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I have some stamina. Go ahead.
Yeah, you do. I have a news flash from North Carolina.
A news flash?
A news flash.
All right, let me get you this. A news flash, everybody. News flash coming in. So.
Oh, you got a news flash?
I might. I don't know. Let's see.
Let's see. Check.
There you go. It's the news. We got news coming. We got news. Here we go. Go ahead. We got the news.
That's real good. I like it.
Yes, we got it. Right, we can do this one too. This
3 days. Yeah.
There you go. News. Top of the news. Top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Go ahead. From live from North Carolina.
We interrupt these programs to bring you news from North Carolina that for 3 days.
Less than 1% of the audience cares, but go ahead.
Say it again.
Less than 1% of the audience probably cares about South Carolina news or North Carolina news, but it might be something that's pertinent to everybody.
Well, no, it's a funny story, or sort of.
Okay.
I'm just calling to talk to you anyway, so they can,
nice.
They can jump off a pier. Look,
not the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Okay, good.
They could jump off of that anyway. So for 3 days, there's been this sky noise going on. It's like a science fiction electronic, wobbly, warbly kind of UFO noise, the whole sky.
Have you recorded it?
No, I haven't bothered with that.
That would be really good. Go out with your phone and just hit record and let us hear the sounds, the sweet, sultry sounds of the aliens grinding their gears as they get ready to invade us.
Well, I think the source, actually, after investigating, is we're having a blossom or a hatch of cicadas.
Oh, it's the double cicadas, the dual cicadas, the once every 300 years.
Whatever ones it is, I've got them crawling on my outside railings.
Oh, they're disgusting.
And they're hatching out of the skin and leaving those things behind.
Gross.
They're not doing any damage, except I get a headache from all that chirping.
Yeah, I've never heard it that bad until I was down in last year down in Rancho Mirage, and they're in all the trees there. It's a nightmare.
Well, it's not a local noise. It sounds like it's coming out of the sky. It's just really weird, and it doesn't sound like bugs. It sounds like sci-fi electronics.
Record it for me. I want to hear it.
All right, I'll try. The bugs that mature and hatch out are really pretty ordinary looking cicadas, but their eyes are fire engine red, so they look kind of monstrous.
By the way, JJ Hemcrete Bear is in the chat. If you have a question about his very awesome CBD rub, definitely talk to him now. Ask him what ailments it does, whether or not it fixes baby penis syndrome or what. And then buy some for a tune. Go ahead.
So I've been flat smacking real often as the season's back, so it's easy to get out with the flat earther shirt. And I had to take an Uber the other day, and I met a very bright American Uber driver that had heard of the topic but didn't know any of the evidence. And it was about a 10-minute ride, and she was very grateful. She was very perceptive, and I think I persuaded her to buy the app, but I haven't seen her if she used my
your code.
Yeah, water.
Everybody get the app and use the code water. You can find the app at flattearthdave.com or flattearthjew.com also works.
Yeah, that does work.
It does work. It's not a joke. It actually works.
No, it's not a joke, but it's funny. So, and I'm still looking for that image of the Getty Museum.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going to get an aerial image of it, but besides the Google Earth picture.
Well, there's good aerial images of the one in Australia.
Yeah, I'll look for you. I'm writing a note here.
Well, I'm not. This is for your audience.
Oh,
maybe somebody out there has seen it and knows where it can be found.
The aerial photo he's talking about is of the main fountain at Getty Museum that has a flat Earth appearance. Of course, they can't make it too close, and then it even has the Summers exit, the main gate, the Summers gate, which flows out of the main pond and into a side pond. Getty Museum.
A real easy Google search will find images of it laterally, or from straight on, and you can identify it. And then when you use Google Earth to locate it, it's real difficult because it's smaller, and you got to hunt around. But the trick is, I think they're blocking it.
They might. I don't. Sometimes they try to get those little tricks in, and then if people catch on, they're not very happy about it. But
yeah, they might have screened it, so I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I can keep going if you want.
No, I'm just showing people the Getty Museum, so in case they don't know.
Oh, good.
Getty Museum. We are going there right now, live on the Fantasy Cartoon Ball. Here we go. Here's the Getty Museum. It's for rich people and rich assholes who fake their kidnapping or whatever their grandson did. And up here on the roof, you can see here, this is the pond, if you will. You guys can see that coming in? Yes. It's kind of got some flat Earth connotation to it. It's just got rocks in here. And what happens is, right here, out this little side, it empties. It's got like an exit way for the water that's in here. The water comes out into this side basin, and then you can go out there. So, again, if you know anything about the flat Earth, and you know about Summers Gate, and the possible fissures into the ice wall, this particular thing looks a little bit too good. Too much like I thought.
So, Eric is looking for an overhead clear image that depicts the flat Earth.
Yes. Of this fountain. Here's a side fountain. I'm trying to see. There's no. You know what? You might be right because there's not even a picture of it. Why wouldn't they have somebody takes a picture of it? There's no,
exactly. There's
pictures.
there's no standard stock photos of it.
Not of it from. By the way, look at the Flower of Life down here. And they've got one over here, don't they? Have another one of the Flower of Life. It's like on one of their fountains here. I don't remember where it is. Is it down here? Maybe it is here. No, that's something. I don't know what this stands for. I thought they had like a big cutout Flower of Life somewhere. Maybe in here.
The one in Australia's got the big flower of
Oh,
life
that one does. Maybe I'm thinking that one. Maybe I'm thinking that one. Yeah. Yeah, that one's awesome.
Right, and the images are very available. Now their depiction is flat, and the one at the Getty is tall rocks that are arranged.
Correct, because it can't look. The one in Australia, I mean, is supposed to look like it. It's supposed to be it.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one is not. It's supposed to be. It's like a hidden thing.
Yeah, it's disguised.
Yes, I'm typing in Getty Museum fountain so people can see that. It's a main fountain. If you type in fountain, you might get a different one. Like this one here. Let me move this over so you can see. So like right here, you can see it. Hopefully people can see. But all the pictures that you get are this side view, which you can kind of see how even the colors look like the flat Earth map. Here's one here. And you can see this little, and it's funny because this little exit way is like ice. Can you see that? Yeah, kind of close enough. I don't want to move it anymore. Here's another good picture of it, if you can see here. And I think it's without a doubt that. Here's another picture. Oops, I don't want to do that. But this is from the side. There you go. And let's see if there's any more in here. But anyway, he's looking for an aerial picture, that's all. And we have not, have trouble finding that. So, besides just the Google Earth picture, which sucks. So
Do you know why I'm trying to find it?
No idea.
Because I'm flat smacking this guy that's got a long career in Hollywood and media, and he's got tremendous contacts with all kinds of people. He does political and philosophical content on his work, and he's writing books. And I got through to him, and I started talking to him about flat Earth, and he denied it and said, well, I've been out sailing, and, you know, I see stuff this
Oh, he's been
here.
sailing? If he's been sailing, then he knows Zero Ball. Because boats actually go upside down when they go south, so it's easy to know.
Well, okay, yeah. I'm not fighting with him. I'm just trying to, you know, tickle him into it. And if I can show him this image, he lives near the Getty.
Cool, okay.
So that's why his name is Peter Duke. He's on X and YouTube and Rumble. The Duke Report. He's just an active influencer kind of guy. And
I'm not sure I trust anybody named Peter or Dick.
Duke, D-U-K-E.
Oh, Duke.
Right.
I thought you said Peter.
It's Peter Duke. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trust Peters. That's what I said.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Eric. Let's go with.
That's it. Appreciate you.
Later. Awesome. See ya. All right. And we've got. Let me just tell you something real quick while we're looking at the moon landing here, and you guys follow with me. Just think about this for a second. So they say, and these are the things we just give credit to, and we're like, why aren't we thinking? They say 20,000 companies. 20,000. Think of how many that is. That's not 10. That's not 50. It's not 1,000. It's 20,000. 20,000 companies were involved in the moon landings. Think about that for a second. You couldn't today get 100 companies to all make a car where they have the internet and they've got 3D printers and laser cutting devices. They could not all make single parts, ship them to one place where they put them all together and it worked the first time. You wouldn't get in that car. You wouldn't drive 500 miles. But you know what? We're not as good as the baby boomers. In the 1960s, these 20,000 companies who had no fucking internet, no email, phone calls, U.S. mail, fax machines, were able to get to these 20,000 companies plans for the lunar lander and the Saturn V. And they hand machine cut them in machine shops and shipped them to NASA, where they put them all together and they flew to the moon the first fucking time. And that is why America's great. What other country can do that? What other country can have 20,000, except for Apollo 13? Then they screwed up, right? The 20,000 companies couldn't get shit right. They messed up. The tank blew. We had to come back. But you know what they did? Like 20 engineers, smartest guys you've ever known, smarter than anybody you've ever known in your life, were smoking cigarettes. They stayed up all night. All fucking night. They didn't sleep all night. And they used duct tape and a cut piece of plastic off one of the control panels, and they were able to stick it in a little hole and twist it a little bit, and that turned the craft around and came back home. So how dare you guys question moon landing, okay? 20,000 companies. Like, you would ever do that. I mean, you wouldn't, if you had to like build a car seat for your child, you wouldn't be like, all right, we have to be very safe. This is baby's life in our hands here. Let's, rather than just get one place to make it, which seems questionable to me, let's get 45 companies to contribute to our car seat. And each of them will ship us a part that we send them the specifications for. And we'll put it all together and it will be completely safe because that's just how things work. You just can call companies and be like, we need part A7 on the left. And it's just insane. It's insane to believe that. If you believe that we went to the moon, shame on you. Shame, shame, shame. I know your retarded name. Okay, we ready for it to go back to the show? Just wanted to get that across. If you think that it's just so stupid, why do we give them credit for that? If they had 20,000 companies who each, then there would be so many mistakes, so many errors, so many foul-ups, so many mix-ups, so many conversion mistakes, so many different types of metals, so many, and the thing didn't have a prayer. Didn't have a prayer. But we're supposed to believe that because Nixon was president and we had a lot of people in it, 400,000 people all contributed. No, it's a very simple reason why they did that. So that everybody, I bet you they did the math on it. It's like the 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon or whatever they talk about. If they give 400,000 Americans a piece of the Apollo puzzle, then everybody who lives in the United States knows somebody who worked on the Saturn V. And that's the whole reason. So you can't deny it, because if you do, my grandfather worked on the Saturn V. Oh, that means it's real. Can't work on it unless it goes to the moon. Good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so anyway, let's get back to the show, shall we? I know you want me to. Let's go with the one, the only, Tony, Corey, Olis. Tony!
Yo!
How are you, my
What
friend?
up?
I'm doing great.
Hey, yeah, me too. Doing good.
Happy to have you.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Good.
So I do have some thoughts on how you're debating whether or not to keep these Glober guys on, having them reappear.
Okay.
Yeah, so totally, they do not listen at all. Just
Agreed.
a thought, you could have like a currency that they have to, pay to you, and the currency would just be like watching your videos and knowing what you think about something. Because really, they don't listen to anything. So like their currency to get back on your shows and stuff would be watching your content. Because really, Ruhif doesn't watch anything, dude. None of them watch any of your shit, but then they think that you got shit wrong. They can all buzz off.
I agree.
Or just make them watch your shit.
I agree. I don't understand why anybody's even involved in a conversation. If they really feel that only things that come out of a physics book are true, then what are they even doing? Like, then they're like, whatever words we say, they're just like, that's not in the physics book, must be false. I can't think of anything gayer.
Doesn't know about refraction, Ruhif. Yeah, shut up.
It's just, I can't think of anything gayer, really, besides Chupa Verga. But besides that, it's second close to that is being a Glober.
I missed that, but yeah, I agree.
You miss being a Glober?
No, I missed your Chupa Verde or something joke. Yeah, missed that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Spanish for...
is my timer going?
Yes. So do you want me? Do you have something to
Okay.
do for 4
No, I'm
minutes?
good. I'm good. I'm fine running.
Are we going to read out of the almanac?
No, but I do got something from it. Okay, so I
Okay.
want to say props to that Ryan guy for calling in, because I mean, really, you just got to kind of take your time and think about everything. And I really like just being simple about it. And the whole moon being like there during the day, it's just at some point you notice that. You're totally right with like a lot of people just think that the moon's up at night. That is what I thought, before I actually started looking into all this stuff. And I just got way more respect for everything once I'm just observing it and having my own thought about what I'm seeing.
In 2014, I thought that the phases of the moon were from the Earth's shadow.
So did I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that same thing. And then like one time I saw the crescent on the other side of like where the sun, I was like, what the, but it happens. You
Yes.
just have to, I got honor for it. So, okay, one thing I want to talk about the moon.
Okay.
So the Farmer's Almanac has this thing, and like it tells you the best days to do everything.
Okay.
According to the moon.
Right.
So-
To do what? When you say do everything?
So, okay, for today, it's only two things.
Make
it
love?
says, if you want to perm your hair, today's a good day to do it.
The almanac says that?
It does say that, yeah. According to the moon, it's
Wow.
the best day to perm your hair today.
Wow, okay.
This is the Farmer's Almanac, yeah.
That's awesome.
Totally. And then also to castrate animals, today's a good day. Kind of stupid,
So
but
what are-
those are the only two things. it
What are
says
some
are
of the
good today,
others?
according to the
What's
moon.
tomorrow? So I know what we need to plan for tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotcha. So I looked at that, and which one is it? Oh, yeah. May 3rd and 4th. It is, you cut your hair to discourage growth. Okay? So, like, if you cut your hair, I guess it, like, discourages growth. It's what it says.
I shave my head once a week, so you're saying that if I cut it tomorrow, I can actually go longer than a week? I'm doing that. Cutting my hair tomorrow.
I don't know. I talked it out with Melodome, and he at least he said that the last time he cut his hair, it has not grown as much. I said, dude, maybe you did it on one of these bad days.
What's the next one? Tell me the next day. So that's cutting my hair on Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, yes. What about Saturday?
Yeah. Okay. Well, what number is that again? So Saturday.
Saturday would be
4th? 3 and 4 together. 3 and 4 together.
Oh, how about 5?
Day. Okay.
May 5th.
May 5 and 6.
Best day to dance to the Mexican hat dance.
If you want to quit smoking, May 5th is the day, according to the moon.
Okay. Everybody get that?
Yeah.
May 5th.
But okay, so I had another little thing that I wanted to say.
Okay.
So it's interesting about the moon. I wish they would do experiments on shit like that. Like, why does the almanac say that? You know, I really want to know. So okay, the zodiac is something that I really like, and like, okay, it's just being 12 sections of the zodiac. I like to think 12, and I guess there is a sidereal read where there's 13.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and I just like thinking 12, man. And okay, so I got this book, and the book says
you have 12 seconds left too, so that's nice that you like thinking 12.
Okay. Yeah, here's the book. And you know, this is from like 1961. So this book's older than Dave.
I don't think anything's older than Dave, but okay.
Yeah.
Keep Dave close, by the way, so
I
you
just
can't
know
be.
that you can divide this into 12s, and you know the whole 13 with it. I mean, me just showing a picture, it doesn't mean anything. But I just like thinking of it as 12, and then you know I'm all into the Chinese New Year. There's 12 there. There has to be some sort of correlation.
30
I don't know
degrees
anything
each.
yet.
Yes.
It's the stuff I'm into.
30 degrees each. Yes, we got it.
Yeah.
Good. All
Where
right.
Toon said that it's not 30 degrees each one time, and what the fuck does he know? Shut up.
Yeah, not a lot. So there's nothing coming up in the coming days that we should be ready for in your almanac, because what are the other things? Give me the 5th, 6th, and 7th. I need to know if I need to plan my schedule.
Yeah, I got you. 5th, it says quit smoking. To dry fruit, vegetables, or meat is good on the 5th or 6th. 3 and 4, you can make jams or jellies, it says.
I was planning on doing
that. Okay, May 8th to start a project. That's what it says.
Okay, May 8th, we're going to start a project. Gotcha.
And then to end it on the 22nd. It says a good luck start date and like end
so
date.
start
is
a
the
project
8th.
on May 8th and end it on the 22nd?
That's what it says here in the Farmer's Almanac.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to give the almanac a chance. All right, well, thank
totally
you.
Got to give us a look.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. And
one last thing.
What's going on with the hat?
Oh, yeah, okay. So I wanted to show off also, I got this hat from this shirt from THC Mike.
Yes,
very
good.
cool shirt.
Did you use my
Shows
coupon
someone
code?
evolving into a sheep.
Did you use my coupon code?
No, I didn't. I heard it on a stream after. So I should have, but I just hit him straight up.
It's okay. No,
THC
actually,
Mike's cool.
it doesn't matter. I don't get any money for it, so it's fine.
Yeah, all good.
Your hat's up there. It's up there on the list. On the hat.
The
on
hat.
the hat wall.
The offer was made by Richard B. You know Richard B?
I've heard of him before. Yes. What was the offer?
He's the guy from Australia that went to Flattoberfest.
Okay. The offer?
The offer is $100.
All right, we got a $100 bid on the Tony Coriolis signed, autographed certificate of deposit, certificate of authenticity, green and white Scottsdale, Arizona hat. If anybody wants to outbid him, we can.
Signed by Mark Sargent Sharpie. It includes my phone number.
Wait, that's
and
Mark
dinner.
Sargent Sharpie? That's a Mark. That's a Mark Sargent Sharpie.
Yeah, that I used.
Oh, the value's gone
You
way
asked
up.
me to sign it. I didn't have a Sharpie. I asked Mark Sargent.
The volume's
Dude, give me the Sharpie.
the value's just
Yeah.
out of this world now.
I know.
All right. Well, thank you,
Totally.
sir. I appreciate it.
No problem. Peace out. Thank you for having me.
Later. I think the best thing to do on May 5th, though, is definitely the Mexican hat dance. If you're not doing that, you're not living life. All right, let's go with who's next. How about Jesse? Jesse in the house. Jesse? How are you, my friend?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
All right. So that last guy, he's got great personality. He should have one more often. He seems kind of smart, too.
Tony's a great guy. Maybe we'll do a show, me and Tony. It'll be called the Jaron and Tony Show. It's pretty rich.
Yeah. Few quick things. One, I've met on Telegram. I appreciate you writing back. Pretty cool. Try not to take up too much of your time.
Can you tell everybody that, please?
What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. He also referenced, I guess the guy's name was Ryan, the one asking about the moon.
Yes.
I was that guy 1 or 2 years ago. Didn't know anything. You know, like a lot. Since learning about flat Earth, I've learned so much more about physics and astronomy than I ever did.
Oh, flat Earth has caused so much more science to be done in the world than it was ever done before, for sure.
Yeah, so I've just learned a lot. Couple things. So one, I'm not 100% sold on flat Earth.
Okay.
I mean, it could be. I mean, I'm definitely like, man, a lot of it makes sense. But I think that if it's not flat, then for sure the globe is the center of the universe.
100%.
What is the
100%.
Yeah,
Geocentric is without a doubt. If I ever found curvature in some way or other and was shown that it's somehow a ball, it would, yes, we're the center of the universe without a doubt.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, everything that they've made up from there has just been garbage. From dark matter to dark energy, not needed at all. Edwin Hubble saying it's an absolute horror of unique position. That's not science. They didn't even, the one that matches all observations, they didn't go with that one. So they said, it cannot be disproven. A main physicist, George Ellis, says, I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with the Earth at its center, and you can't disprove it based on observations. You only can disprove it based on philosophical grounds. So they admit it. You know who doesn't admit it is these globe zealots that are on YouTube. They can't admit it. But but just pay attention to the mainstream science, pay attention to what's going on in the physics world, and pay attention to what's going on theoretical physics, and you'll see that they'll admit it. They'll admit that we've got a problem. They've got the axis of evil, which is the cosmic microwave background pointing directly at the Earth's orientation, which shouldn't happen at all. It means that the Earth is the center, and it means that everything is organized or structured in regards to the Earth.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think globers and flat earthers alike should probably more often just be like, yeah, I didn't know that, or I'll have to look into it.
We have no problem doing that. It's the globers that are, Rufy has told me before, when I said, you guys won't even post your results. Like, people are saying, oh, Jaron took down his eye. No, I went out and I looked for the ISS, and when I saw it, I came inside and I posted on the internet, right? I don't hide it. I don't be like, oh, I don't want my audience to see this. I'm here for the truth, so I put it out there. So I've never seen the globers ever put out anything that ever has leaned towards flat Earth evidence, right? But why do we go out and we find it? Why do we go out and we see boats disappear? We can pull them back. They'll never show that. Why? Is because they're not honest. Now, Rufy will tell you, no, it's because there's never been an observation that leads to flat Earth. That's what he says. Which is insane.
I mean, they could at least say, like, I could see how you might
They can't even say that. They can't even say that.
Yeah.
They just say it's insane. There's no evidence for it. McToon says we never see too far. There's no vacuum according to FTFE. These guys are causing more flat earthers than we are. It's just the way that they act, the way that they answer things. You should hear what's his name's story. FTFE went and body slammed some guy, punched him in the face, wrestled him down, and then the judge commended him for not losing his cool. Pretty cool, huh? Can you imagine beating somebody in the face and slamming their head on the ground a bunch of times, and then the judge saying, "Hey, way to go, guy, for not losing your cool."
Yeah.
But this is what these guys want us to believe. This is what they say is the truth. So whatever. Anyway, I keep taking your time. I have to keep adding minutes back to your thing. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So one thing that I'm trying to figure out is
why you still believe in the globe.
What?
Why you still believe in the globe?
No.
Oh.
No, I mean I lean flat Earth.
So what is the keeping you on the proverbial fence?
I mean, just thinking that, there might be things that I don't understand fully. Like, just I don't fully comprehend it, So maybe there's just, like I said, things I'm just not quite understanding, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
What I think is hilarious, if you go out tonight and you look at the stars when it gets dark, go out and look at the stars. And then somebody's telling you they know the distance to those stars, and that they are in the trillions of miles. And you just see them right. If you see a star next to Mars, like Mars, and then there's like a little star to the right of it, that star is literally trillions of miles away from Mars.
Right.
Right up there in the sky, right next to each other, trillions of miles. Even though that's so unfathomable to a human being, so is 867,000 miles wide for the sun. It's insane. Now, you get these guys say, but it matches our model. It matches our model. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, if suns could be 867,000 miles wide, then maybe that would match your model. But why would you ever believe that the sun and moon are the same size in the sky? Like the impossibility of that. You know what the odds would be of being on a planet that exploded from nothing, that came from interstellar gas?
Yeah, but that's coming from a from a biblical point of view, I know I'm sure you've heard this argument a million times, but like if to me, being a Christian, if God wanted it that way, like that's proof that God exists. Right?
Okay, I'll give
but
you
yeah,
that.
But from a naturalist point of view,
Okay,
yeah, it makes zero sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I'll give you that. What I don't give you though, okay, so if you don't believe we went to the moon,
no.
Okay, Christians who believe that we went to the moon are insane because they believe the Bible, which tells the story of God coming down and being so upset that people were building a tower to go up to him that he knocked it down and scattered all the people, but he's letting NASA go to the fucking moon. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, they have different motivations. One, they were trying to get to him, maybe. The moon, they're not necessarily trying
Wait a
to get
second.
to God.
So men are going to try and get to God by building a tower, and that's so dangerous to God that he's going to knock them down and change their languages. But men in rocket ships are going to the moon, and he's okay with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure it's real. Is it really explicit for the reason why they were building the Tower of Babel?
I don't know. Because
I don't remember.
I think that they were upset at God or something. They wanted to go up there and be like him or something. Who knows?
Yeah,
but
probably.
They could never reach there. How tall do you think they could build things?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, people think technology was better back then.
Well, then, I mean, is that saying that we can build a tower today and we can go up there and mess with God? We can wrestle with him and arm wrestle and stuff? Arm wrestle for the universe? I doubt it. Absolutely keep doing the debates. Just don't give globe zealots who can't concede on anything a platform, especially FT. Okay.
Didn't you read that one already?
I thought I did too, but it just came up on the screen. Anyway.
Oh.
Somebody just proposed to Sue Finelli. Sue Finelli, what do you say? We're waiting for your answer. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this, though. So gas in a container, right?
Okay.
If you have gas in a container, it's going to eventually distribute evenly, right? So my question is, I don't know what your opinion is, if you think there's a firmament or something, but what is the flat Earth explanation for why are all the gases in our atmosphere settling at the bottom? Because to me, yes, space isn't what they're probably telling us.
But the gases are produced here.
There does seem to be some kind of space above an atmosphere.
Where do you think the gas comes from?
Huh?
Where does the gas come from?
In a flat Earth or globe model?
Globe.
I don't know.
It comes from the ground. The gases are all created here. So it wouldn't be surprising if the gases are more heavily concentrated where they start. And then as they go up, they get lighter and lighter and lighter. So you're asking, what is the flat Earth idea behind what?
Well, because gases will distribute evenly in a container.
What do you mean gases will distribute evenly? Because there's oxygen is like there's oxygen, there's nitrogen, there's these mixtures, but the mixture goes all the way up to the sky. It's not like the heaviest one of those three sits on the ground. It's all mixed.
No, I know, but above the atmosphere, there is some kind of space, because even those satellite or the balloons that go up and prove a flat Earth, I mean, there's blackness above our atmosphere.
Correct, but it doesn't have to be any kind of a vacuum.
No, I'm not saying it's a vacuum.
Okay.
I'm just saying, so what is above the atmosphere? Why is it black up there?
Because there's nothing up there? I don't know.
So, I mean, that's just a question I have. It seems like, I don't know.
So does it seem like there's never-ending space in all directions? I mean, that's what you're saying?
No, no, I'm not saying there's ever-ending space. It just seems like there's an atmosphere with gases closer to the Earth.
That's true.
And there's some kind of line where maybe there's not gases above there, and that's why it's dark. I don't know.
Okay, that'd be true. Okay, I agree with you on that. So now what?
What is the explanation for why the gases settle, and then there's possibly
some people like to say
above it.
Some people like to say that there's
in a container.
Okay, but some people say that there's no weight to gas, right? They say that that would be definitely true in a vacuum, because it's going to be going in every direction, and therefore you can't weigh it. It has to be in a container to be weighed. Now, once it's in a container, it's going to separate out in a way that's going to be a gradient. But it has to be in a container first.
Right, but the lightest ones are going to be at the top.
Okay,
right?
Well, yeah, but that's not what we see happen. Because of wind, because of temperature changes, because of heat, because of density, all that stuff is constantly being mixed. That's where wind comes from. Wind is from the replacing of high pressure and low pressure systems. It's all just moving the stuff. So it's a constant churning of the atmosphere.
But in general, are lighter gases higher up in our atmosphere?
Then there would be no oxygen at 10,000 feet.
Right. Well, that's what they say, right? The higher you go, there's no oxygen.
Well, there's less and less and less, but it's still the same concentration of gases that we breathe. You're making it sound like there's the heaviest of the gases is at the bottom, and then above that's a little lighter, and then above that's the lightest. But
so that's not true?
No, I think we breathe a combination of gas, like I want to say it's
right down here.
Right. So why doesn't it separate
what about
down
when
here?
you climb the Mount Everest? What's that? What kind of gases are up there?
The same thing that's down here, just less of it.
So the same mixture, the same ratio, just less.
Yes.
But they say there's less oxygen. So
Yes.
they say there's less oxygen, but maybe there's
there's less molecules of oxygen for us to
less of
breathe.
everything.
Right. So it says air is a mixture of gases. It is nitrogen 78%, oxygen 21%, argon 0.93%. So then if you went up higher, it's those same three things in the same percentages. So go up to 5,000 feet,
Okay.
it's still nitrogen, oxygen, argon in the same percentages. However, it's just less of those things.
Okay.
So that's what I mean. So it's not just separating by, and I don't know what the atomic weights of these would be anyway, but if it's separated, then we would only have the heaviest gas down at the ground.
I got you.
Right. So, I mean, that's the way I see it. So I do think that there's a lot of mixture going on. It's not as simple as just gas is not a simple thing because it's not even, it's in every direction. It's going it's bouncing. It's going to have collisions. It's going to slow down when it's cold. It's going to speed up when it's hot. So it's hard to tell, it's not just settling like a density tower would.
Okay. No, I got you. That makes a lot of sense. So what do you think whenever they have balloons go up with a camera and it shows that the Earth is flat and you see down below there's light and up above it's darkness? What do you think that, why is there that difference?
Because there's nothing.
I mean, maybe you haven't thought about it. I don't know.
No, I've thought about it. And here's one thing. If people get mad when I say this, but I think that the sun does light up the moon, me personally. But I think that the way that it does is it sends its light across the Earth. And because there's nothing blocking it, it hits the moon. So I also think that the stars are lit by the sun. The stars are on the other side of the Earth at night. The sun shines on them, and they're bright from the sun. Now, the sun is on the other side of the Earth or over there, farther away. But that's just my opinion. But I think that light, when it hits an atmosphere, dies. So they want to tell us that light just goes forever in space and this and that. But I think light travels and it can light up the atmosphere. So when we have a day, it's because the sun is there and it lights up the gases and everything that's around the Earth, right? That causes daytime. But if it's light is getting killed and not reaching a certain distance, then that's dark. Because there's nothing to light up above it. What's the sun going to light up above it? Nothing. There's just blackness. It's just so the light, you don't see the light until it hits something.
But you were saying it hits the gases and lights them up. So what's above the gases?
Nothing. That's why it doesn't light anything up. That's why it's black.
But so do you think we're in a container? Is that your opinion?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's like a glass dome or anything. I just say it's a container. It's like
right. So my question though is, gases evenly distribute. Why aren't there gases above our atmosphere?
What do you mean they evenly distribute?
So in a container, when you have gases, they're going to evenly distribute throughout the container, aren't they?
There would be a gradient. If you had like a tank of helium, I'm guessing that the bottom of it would have more condensed helium than the top. Now, I don't know if that's measurable. You'd have to put some sensors in there. That's I think. I don't know if I'm right. That's the way I would think it would work. I would think that in any container, you would have a gradient. Especially in a container. You can't have one in no container.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're assuming there's a container.
Correct.
But
well,
yeah, I guess my question is it evenly distributed, or like you said, is there always a gradient?
Oh, I don't think it's evenly. I think if you measured your tire is going to have more air at the bottom than it would at the top. Again, you're not going to be able to measure that. I'm not going to be able to measure that, but somebody probably could.
Right.
Could be wrong. I don't know. I think that it's it works just as good as the globe model in my mind. I mean, I don't have anything about the globe that's like, oh, the globe just is the only one that works. I think that the weirdest thing is the moon. The weirdest thing to me is the moon. It's the only thing that makes me go, huh, because it looks like it's physical. It looks like it's a sphere. But again, I've seen ways of it not looking like that. I've seen people show how, a flat thing could look like a curved. I've seen things that a bowl looks like it. I've seen things where there's an optical illusion where no matter how you move it, this little dinosaur, it makes it look like it's facing you. So there's a lot of what we saw with the other night. Was it Shane or was it Space Audits? It was showing. Oh no, maybe it was Austin showing how you can do this light on the moon and you can actually get libration. You can actually get that. You know how on the moon they say.
Yeah, I saw that today. I saw that video today.
What was that on Austin's video, or where did I see that?
Yeah, it was a flat piece of paper moon, and he had some kind of like glass thing.
Right, and he was showing that it was actually librating or whatever. Right, you could see more on one side than more on the other.
Yeah.
So when things like that happen, the globe just jumps on it and says that's evidence for the globe, and they just leave it at that. And then they force that down your throat. Now, but there's other explanations, and this is what these guys are clueless of, that they act like there's no other explanations, and then we have other explanations. They wonder why there's people that are flat earthers. It's like, well, you're saying there's no other explanations. Just be honest. Right. Just say that there are. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to be an honest person. Like, it's so baffling because the globe will not get taken over by a false flat earth. Okay, that will never happen. They act like that's going to happen. Like if they don't stop it, the globe will go away and the earth will become flat because we believe that. It's like, no, if it's flat, it'll come out to be flat. And if it's a globe, then the flat earth will be proven wrong. We don't need you to be heroes for the government, lackeys for the government and for NASA, who's taken tax money and done absolutely nothing. And these guys want to bat for them. They want to go to bat for them and protect them. I love what Eddie Bravo said. Eddie Bravo said, I'd rather be thought of as an idiot and a moron than a traitor for backing these known liars. And I totally agree. Every single day of my life, I will never back the United States government. I will never think of the things that they've done. Think of the things that they've these committed atrocities. Every government's committed atrocities. They don't care about people. They kill them. They enslave them. They spy on them. I will never back those people over other citizens. I don't care what you believe. You can tell me you believe that dogs are actually horses, and I'm not going to be like, I'm starting a channel now. Stop the horse dog. You know, I mean, I'm just not going to do that because it's ridiculous. It's like I let people believe what they want to believe. But these guys are actually going to bat for government. They've never done a fucking thing. Ruhiv has never come up with a formula. He simply plugs numbers in the formula that they gave him. How impressive is that? Yeah. Big deal.
It's like they never think contrarily.
No.
You know, it's like they just believe everything that's told them. Like,
yes.
Do they not critical think about anything?
No, like even now, they still can't even admit that there was a problem with COVID or that we were lied to about some, the vaccines, or they can't admit that.
Well, it's like, have you seen that one clip with that black comedian? He's like, you don't believe in any conspiracy theories? You think they're batting 1,000?
Right.
Telling the truth about everything.
It's just so ridiculous. They act like they've look at the things that they've psyoped. They psyoped the word truth. You're a truther? Oh, sorry, I'm looking for the truth. Now they've co-opted the fucking name truth. What's the other thing that they've co-opted? Conspiracy theorist, right? I mean, it's like conspiracy means that two or more guys are getting together to do something nefarious, and you're acting like that doesn't happen. It happens every day in every city, in every block. Probably.
Yeah. Well, my argument is conspiracies happen in families. They happen in businesses. Everywhere. They happen everywhere.
Two gas stations across the street from each other will be in communication, and they know to go up by 1 cent a day. You go higher than me. I'll go higher than you. And the reason for that is so that they can draw attention back. This guy's cheaper. This guy's cheaper. They work together. It's a conspiracy.
Right. They just can't fathom like people doing it at such a high level.
Yeah, and I think the best thing
they just have some kind of mental block.
Yeah, they act like people can't do things wrong. People do things wrong for money every day. And somebody did like if you were to have a bunch of friends over your house for your birthday, and they were told before they got there, hey, you might find some money on a counter or something, and nobody will ever know it's you that took it. Every one of your family members will take the money from you. If they knew they wouldn't get caught, they would take the money from you, even if it's $100. We're not talking about $100 when it comes to the moon landing. We're talking about multiple millions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is like, it's not only money. I mean, I'm sure there's people being threatened with their lives and their families' lives. Well, so I mean, even the most moral person is gonna sometimes compromise. When they're put in that situation.
Don't ever ask Dave Weiss what he would do if he was offered money to go to San Juan or something and to disappear. No, because he said it joking before. Oh wow, there's 10 people. The room's full, guys. Whoever keeps trying to get in, we're gonna be done right now. But I mean, I've said it too, and I guess I didn't realize it until I was down in Rancho Mirage for a month, staying at a house that was $1 million house or something. Has this huge pool in the backyard. It's really nice there. It was quiet. I didn't have all the and you're just sitting back and you start thinking to yourself like, I get it now. I get why money makes the world go round, which is a funny saying, right? Because money does make the world go round. It makes everything that they want. They want the fake world. They want your fake straw man. They want your fake beliefs. They want your fake trust. And when they have it all, that's how they operate the world. And so
and money's not wrong, but the Bible says the love of money.
And that's so true.
and that's why we have so much evil in this world. That's one of the
Absolutely.
reasons.
And so you have to look at who made the money and why is it allowed to be fake. Money is fiat money. It's not real. It has no backing. It's all a dollar bill and a $100 bill are the same thing as some paper. There's nothing about it that makes it other than our trust. So this is how stupid we are, that we just fall for these traps and these tricks, and these guys must laugh about it at the top. And
well, the thing is, we're trusting. People are usually trusting,
and they take advantage of that.
until your eyes are opened a little bit.
100%, they take advantage of that. Yep, they know that we have a tendency to want to trust. It's almost like they hijacked evolution, if you want to call it that. I believe that humans have evolved over the last whatever it is, 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. We are evolving. I don't mean into a new species or we're going to be aliens or something, but I mean that we have a growth that happens, and part of that growth is probably trusting each other. You wouldn't have got very far if you had no trust of other humans 1,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago. You just wouldn't have got far. So we have a tendency to, and they just take advantage of that. They're dirtbags. So, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons why people think that. Lately, I've been looking a lot at this whole idea of they just, at least the Rosicrucians believe that they're just here as they hack the system. That the system was that we were supposed to be here and grow as people, but they never thought, whoever put us here, the gods or whatever, never thought that there'd be a group of humans that would realize what was going on and then say, we would rather be here and be evil and be wicked and be the rulers than to ever try and ascend like we're supposed to. So they've hijacked the system. Now the gods that gave us free will cannot do anything about it because it's free will. So it's our job to save ourselves. It's our job to fix the wrongs that have happened. And we all sit around waiting for Jesus to come back. So, sorry, you're a Christian. I'm just saying that is a problem because look what's happened to the world. So at what point will people say, okay, Jesus probably isn't going to come back. Now it's our turn. It's our time to take over these governments. Well, when will that happen? Is it the year 3000? I don't know. So for me, 60 of my grandparents believed in Jesus, I think. And so, not 60 generations. And I think every one of them was wrong for thinking Jesus would come back. So for me to believe that is just a little bit of a stretch.
And I don't think it's wrong to try and, make things better and stuff like that. But, from a Christian point of view, like, for instance, when Jesus does come, he's going to reign on the earth for 1,000 years. He's going to have perfect justice, right? Like right now, everybody's upset about all the injustice in the world. Well, when he's reigning, there's not going to be any injustice because he's a perfect, righteous judge. But even after the 1,000 years of having the most perfect judge you could ever have, people are still going to rebel against him after 1,000 years of perfect justice. So we're never going to have it until eternity.
Here's my own opinion, my own thoughts, and do I have any evidence of this? Just very little. But I think that Jesus came and he spoke out against the Old Testament God. I think it's the only way it makes sense who Jesus was. Jesus talked about loving your enemies, turning the other cheek. That is complete opposition to the Old Testament God. So, and then he says nobody heard God's voice, nobody's seen his face. Well, that's weird. Adam and Eve heard his voice. Abraham heard his voice. Moses heard his voice. What about the people?
I don't think it's saying they didn't hear his voice. They said nobody's seen God.
He said nobody's heard his voice. Jesus said that.
I don't think so. You'd have to show me that one.
I'll show you. Jesus said no one's seen God's voice. Let me see. So Jesus said no one has ever said. John 5:37. And the Father who has sent me has testified concerning me. You have never heard his voice nor seen his form. So how did the people...
What is that, John what?
John 5:37. So how did the people write the Bible under the direction of God or under some sort of inspiration from God if they never heard his voice? That's the equivalent of saying...
The Holy Spirit.
So the Holy Spirit, spoke to them and told them what to write?
No, I mean, it's just like...
So anyway,
we can't completely understand it, but God is sovereign. He can use people. We're not going to completely understand it, but he can use people, work through them, and they don't exactly know it, but he's working through them.
Okay, that is the definition of not free will, right? If God is working through me and doing what he wants, not what I want, that's not free will. So then it completely removes that whole idea. But here's my thing. I think Jesus came. He spoke out against the God of the Old Testament. He talked about the kingdom of God is within you. He talked about all these things that were more loving and caring and be a good person, and the kingdom of God is in it. So then the Jews said, who's this guy? He's taking away our God. Why, Jehovah, we don't like this. And they said, what are you saying? Are you God? He's like, well, what do you call me? So they said, this guy's calling himself God. Kill him. So they killed him. Yeah. And then when the crowd started to be on Jesus' side, the Jews were like, oh shit, we better do something. So like, oh, that was God's son. He wasn't the Messiah, but he was God's son. Now take this book, your Bible, and go spread it to the new world and tell them all about our God, Jehovah. And so we go around saying that Jesus and Jehovah are one when they're not even close. That Jesus in the Bible is completely different than God in the Bible. God in the Bible is like, what'd that guy do? Pick up sticks? Stone him to death. Can you imagine Jesus saying that? But they're the same person? It's impossible. It's impossible. Jesus said he was picking wheat on a Sunday, and they're like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. Yet the God of the Old Testament's told, hey, that guy's picking up sticks. What should we do? And God says, stone him to death, which is telling people to go take rocks and throw them at a human being until the human being is dead. So that's, to me, I'm like, that's not God. And I think Jesus knew that. And I think Jesus came telling people that, and he got killed for it. And people want to still believe that him and the other God are the same thing. Jehovah is a piece of garbage in my book, clearly. I mean, he's got no redeeming traits at all. And yet people follow. Again, I understand if you're a believer in Jesus. That's why I like Christians. Christians who say, forget about the Old Testament. I can agree with them. The New Testament is great. Jesus is great. Jesus came speaking the right things. But why do we have to say that he's the same God as Jehovah? They're completely different. So,
well, I mean, Jesus claimed that him and his Father are one. So, I mean, you can't really separate the two.
Well, but he's saying that, in my book, I'm saying, now picture this. Jehovah's one person. He's not saying Jehovah's his God. He's saying me and the Father are one. That's your God. That's the Jews'
Well, the
God.
Father is Jehovah.
Who says that? When did God say that? When did Jesus say that?
Well, when he's talking about the Father, I mean, that's who he's talking about.
That's who you think. But could have been co-opted. Could the Jews have written into the Bible that Jesus is talking about the Old Testament God when he really was talking about a completely different God? Why would he say nobody's heard his voice and seen his face if the Old Testament God spoke to people and was seen by people?
Yeah, I mean, there are some passages that are tough to understand or, like that. I'd have to go back.
Right, again, but it comes down to just interpretation, right? And that's why I know that God would never write a book. It just doesn't make any sense. Words can be taken in different avenues. They can be people who were slave owners used the Bible as evidence for being a slave owner, and the slaves used the Bible as evidence that there shouldn't be slaves. How
else would he get his word out?
In our hearts. Do you know when you steal something from a store, do you feel it? Do you feel like that's wrong? If you cheated on your wife, would you feel that it was wrong? That's God.
I mean, God says that he's put that into everybody.
Okay, so why do you need a book?
Well, so that you know who his son is, so that you can have salvation.
So you think that God is going to give salvation to people who just believe his son came to earth, even though none of us saw him? That's what God's big deal is. God really cares. It really comes down to whether or not you believe his son came to earth and lived here.
Yeah, because he gave up his son. His son died so that people could live. And if you reject that, I mean, imagine. You give a gift to somebody and they reject it.
But it's not a gift.
Give a gift again, but he gave up the ultimate gift, his son, and you're going to reject that.
So where's God and Jesus right now? Is Jesus gone from God, or are they together?
They're in heaven.
Okay, so he didn't give up his son.
Well, he came back to life.
Right. So if God knew, I'm going to have my son.
I mean,
sacrificed.
he killed him, and he put all the sin of the whole world on him. I mean.
So why did he have to do that?
Who knows no sin, who hates sin, took on our guilt so that we may have eternal life. Because if he didn't do that, we're all going to hell.
Wow. You're making it sound like God has rules he has to live by. Isn't he God? Can he make his own rules?
He's a righteous God, or he's a righteous judge, and a judge has to judge righteously.
Okay,
if
so
he
then
doesn't,
there was
he's
a guy.
bad judge.
There was a guy picking up sticks that he said to stone him. That's righteousness. That's righteous judgment.
Well, the law was don't pick up sticks. So if you pick up sticks, you're breaking the law.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, again,
right?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I get you. I get you. I just think that, okay, then you probably tell them, hey, remember we told you not to pick up sticks. We don't stone people and then wonder why humans are bad. Because if I told my son who was bad tomorrow and I said, okay, that's it, you were bad now, or, whatever, go stone the neighbor kid, then I should expect that my kid will become worse. He won't be a better person. He just stoned somebody to death. So God is like creating this world where he's making people bad and then wondering why they're so bad. Like, again, he flooded the world to get rid of all the problems here, but he left Satan here. That makes a lot of sense. Why would you you got rid of all the humans who were corrupted by Satan, then you're like, all right, let's start all over with Moses and
all the humans. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, well, then you left Satan here is what I'm saying. Why not get rid of him?
Yeah, well, one day he's not.
yeah, hopefully that comes sooner than later. Yes.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Yeah. So I mean, again,
but the thing is like even when he does, like I said, he's going to reign perfectly for 1,000 years, and people are still not going to believe in him and trust him. You know, they're going to side with Satan after 1,000 years and try and defeat.
You think so? So you think Jesus?
Well, that's
will
what the Bible says.
Right. You know, some people believe that's already happened. Some people believe. Some people believe we're in the time after the 1,000 years. Yeah.
Right, but I think they're wrong.
Probably. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely something. It's the best story that there is, the biggest mystery that there is, at least. For me, I don't have much of a mystery about God, but I guess I do about Jesus. Because, again, here's the problem, and I think God would recognize this. We have never heard Jesus speak. We've never seen anything that he wrote. Every single bit of evidence that we have of Jesus is given to us by man, and we know that man lies. And
and that's the same thing for every other historical figure.
Absolutely.
Like we've never heard any of them speak.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, the one thing that really
But there's only one historical figure that's claiming to be God. So just, I mean, that's the difference.
Right. So imagine that he had 12 disciples, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he claimed to be God. He died, and then they saw him come back to life,
mm-hmm.
and then Jesus went back up to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if they knew that he didn't really come back to life, why would they continue spreading a lie? Because by doing that, they were all killed. Like if I knew,
yeah, but you're
like
talking
if I found
about,
out, hey, this Jesus, he didn't come back to life.
Yeah, but you're not.
Really
you don't have
God.
your evidence of that is just other writings. So it's very easy to say those things. It's very easy to say, oh, all the followers of Jesus were killed for their testimony. Oh, yeah, okay, that's what a book says.
Well, that's how we know all of history.
Okay, that's why I don't put any substance to history. I just don't do it. For me, I don't see. We can't prove anything, and I don't think God would ever ask you to do so. In fact, I would laugh in God's face if I get to my final day and God's like, "Oops, you didn't believe the book." I'll be like, "The book written by men." Yeah, well, I inspired it. I'm like, yeah, but you inspired men to write it. Every man I've ever known has been a liar. Why would you think that that's the best way to get me information? If you had something to say it to me. Don't say it to men who might have ulterior motive. There's no way that God would be like, nope, your job here was to believe. Because think about what we think about people that believe in science. If somebody believes in science, we say that they're indoctrinated, that they only believe what's in a book, that they don't do any investigations for themselves. That's the exact thing that is a Christian. A Christian is somebody who believes in a book, doesn't really believe in anything else, goes just by that. So it seems to me that that cannot be the main goal of life, is to be, so, then we're supposed to get here, not really use our brain, but just follow the book, read the book, stay inside your house, be a good person, and that's how you get to heaven. To me, that just makes no sense.
No, I mean, that's not how it works. But the thing is, like, if you say the best way for him to communicate to us is by telling us, like, in our heart or mind, like, if you, because that happens all the time, right? People say, oh, God told me this. It's like, really? How do I know God told you that? So
but you believe the Bible. But you believe the Bible, which is exactly that. Men saying that God told them that.
No, but what I'm saying, like, okay, but use your example though. Say you truly believed God told you something in your heart.
Okay.
How do I know that's true?
I should never write that down and tell you to believe it.
No, but we're concerned about the truth, right? Like, I want to know the truth. If I'm being led astray by this false biblical Christianity, but something in you told you that something else is true. So I want to know the truth.
So pray to yourself.
I want to leave this Christianity, but how do I
try this?
Trust just what?
Try this rather than praying.
In your own mind.
Okay, try this rather than laying in bed and praying to a God outside yourself. Try and pray, like Jesus said, to the God inside yourself, and see if there's a difference. I think that everything about this world is about looking outside. Go over there, worship this pastor, listen to this guy, listen to this teacher, listen to that professor. Nobody ever says, listen to yourself. Think of COVID. Everything was like, go get this hand wipe and go wear this mask and don't go to this. But nobody ever said, work on yourself, go out and ground in the grass every day, get healthy within yourself. Like, that's the answer. All the answers are right in front of us. And we're so dumb. We look everywhere else and we look all over TV and we watch videos and we're trying to figure out the truth. And I think if we just settled more inside of ourselves, Jesus said that God is inside you. I believe that we are God.
Well, I'm sure there is a verse that says something like that, but you have to take the whole Bible in context as a whole. And I don't think he's not saying that I don't think he's saying what you're saying.
Maybe not. Well, certainly not. The Bible's not saying that. I said I have very little evidence for my opinion. The Jesus character doesn't make sense if he believed that YHWH was his father or him, because they're different. They're completely different. Jesus wouldn't go for any. God actually says in the Old Testament, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, death for death.
No,
well, that's what God says. But Jesus said,
is gonna, when Jesus comes back, he's gonna slaughter like most of the world.
Does that sound like Jesus to you?
No, he's going to. The New Testament says he is.
I know he says that, but I'm saying the guy who told you to turn the other cheek and love your enemies is going to come and kill his enemies. Does that make any sense? Wow. I mean,
the Bible says that.
I know the Bible. I don't believe the Bible. Stop saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying, does that make any sense to you? The story in the Bible has holes. It's. I heard some girl talking the other day, and she was like, "Oh, Jesus has fulfilled 300 Old Testament prophecies." It's like, oh my goodness, the New Testament was written by people who knew the Old Testament. So they, of course, wrote them into prophecies. What else do you think they're going to do? Like when Jesus came down from the cross, imagine they didn't cast lots for his clothes. Well, whoever wrote the book is going to be like, oh, we're trying to make a religion here? Okay, they took Jesus down from the cross, and then they cast lots for his clothes as was prophesied. That's not fulfilling a prophecy.
Yeah, but the Bible has I forget how many different authors.
Yeah, 40 different authors.
At different points of time.
I've heard it all, yes.
It's very... you can't prove this. It's not scientific, but it just seems very unlikely, and that they could all basically say the same thing. And when you really start reading the Bible even more, there's so many connections that are not on the surface. And when the Bible speaks, it is not.
Okay, so tell me this. We got to go. Tell me this. So Romans 13 says all government is placed there by God. To go against the government is to go against God. You'll bring damnation on yourself for going against God, because God's governments are here in order to promote the good and destroy the bad, and you should pay taxes to who taxes are due. So when the government said to wear a mask, did you wear a mask?
No.
So you went against the government.
Some a little bit. I did some.
Okay, but sometimes you went against the
government.
government.
But I hated it.
Right? So you went against the government. Have you gone against the government before?
I've broken the law.
Okay. So, according to the Bible, all government is placed there by God. It means Joe Biden is set there by God. George Bush was
that's
there by
a
God.
difficult passage to understand.
It's not really difficult to understand. It says all governments are placed there by God. God doesn't even take the liberty to say unless they're tyrannical. He doesn't even take the point to say unless they're killing babies. It says all government.
Yeah, well, I think that might be obvious, because if they were really obeying the law, then all the disciples would have stopped spreading the gospel. And obviously, you have to obey God before you obey man.
Yeah, it says worship.
Hey, I know you got to go. I'm taking up a lot of your time. My battery's at 2%.
By the way, it also says
so
to slaves worship your slave masters as if they're God, as if they're Jesus Christ. Worship slave masters.
I don't think it says that. It says for slaves to obey your masters. Yeah,
and then it says as God, as if they're God. And then what do you know about the?
I don't think it says that.
Okay, 1 second. I'll find it. What about when God? The guy, I forgot his name, Jehoshaphat, right? Judges 11. Jehoshaphat makes a deal with God. It says, I'll sacrifice the first person that I come home and see in exchange for me going and winning these wars and taking over those 20 cities. God says, deal. He goes out and wins those 20 cities, comes back.
And it was his daughter.
Yeah, and then God accepted that sacrifice. So your God that you worship gives...
Well, I don't know if it was a sacrifice.
He said the word
yeah,
sacrifice.
It was a dumb thing for him to do.
So why would God accept the sacrifice? So just listen, if I told you without any knowledge, if I said, hey, who is it that gives exchange of riches and good things in exchange for human life? You would say Satan. But it's actually God. God actually trades people. So
if I cut off, it's because my battery died.
I'm just saying, that story tells me that I can make deals with God to sacrifice my family in exchange for riches. That's ridiculous. Why would God ever accept that?
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, there are some things in the Bible that are hard to understand. Not all of them are prescriptive, So I don't know. Yeah, I understand why you might question that.
Here we go. So slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. So God is telling slaves to obey their masters as if they're Christ. And how do people not know? That's written by slave owners. The person who said all governments are placed there by God is written by fucking governments. It's like, hello. It says here, How about this? It says, serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord, not people. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible is not written by God. Why would God ever say that? God, who's the jealous God, he's vindictive, he's afraid of you worshiping other gods, is going to then tell you to worship slave owners as if they are Lord. I mean, come on. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. It was a long conversation. Sorry, everybody waiting, but sometimes you get on a subject, we just can't keep going. Later. I think his phone died. King Stephen, sorry about that. I hate to have left you guys so long. I got to fix myself. Stephen, are you there? Or, sorry. King Stephen. How about curvature nope?
Hey, man.
You're in. What's up?
All right, game on. I tried to get my son on earlier. He wanted to say thank you for the video clip.
Oh, is he enjoyed that? I've played it a couple times.
Go ahead.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's fun. And
Right after it definitely gave me a smile after that.
your dog got in it as well.
Yeah, I seen she did too. That was cute.
That's awesome. What's up?
She came in the directions, the east, south, west, north in the song. And I'm pretty sure she got the north direction when she was walking across the screen.
Good. All right. What's wrong? Does your neck hurt you? You have a crinked neck? You seem like you're hurt.
No, I've got my phone
okay.
plugged
I thought you were
in.
injured or something.
So I got
I was going to say, tell us if somebody stabbed you in the neck, please.
No, not yet.
Okay, not yet. Let's hope not. What's up?
Yeah, I want to come in, give you thanks for the video you put together with my son. That was great. Hopefully that will motivate some more people to.
Yeah, guys, if you want to be seen dancing in the final video, the outro video, you have to get me a video of you dancing, your child, your dog, maybe you've got a squirrel that dances, whatever it is. Send it to me, Telegram at Jeranism, and I'll put it up there. Good.
Yeah, it's nice and easy, and yeah, getting on here, Speaker's Corner, come and voice your opinion about anything. Say how was your day for the day? I would think we'd have a conversation. It's easy, it's simple. I'm able to do it, and I'm not 100% right now. So
he's able to do it. Anybody can do it. If Eric can do it, anybody can do it. I'm just kidding. No, yeah, come on. We'll see how long we stay here. Maybe people will get tired. I gotta stick to the 4-minute clock now from on, because otherwise we'll never get out of here. People hate me.
Yeah, I know. I haven't been hearing it all night. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be a good night. I'm sure you got a few guests. But yeah, I just want to come say thank you for the video, and yeah, hopefully some more submissions can come in and we can get a great dance video together.
Yeah, let's get another one to dance. I enjoy watching that stuff. Your son's pretty good. He's gonna be good.
Yeah, I think I gotta give his sister some credit for some of his moves.
Yeah, no, he's got, and you know what? High energy. Keep that high energy. Women like it. It's a good thing to have.
No, for sure. And I'll figure out how to get him to get his shoes on while he's outside. He won't do it. Shoes on, earthing.
That's good. See, he's got a connection with Source much more than we have.
Yeah, it's a great video. The earthing movie, I recommend to anybody and everybody.
Yeah.
Simply take your socks and shoes off and go touch the earth.
Yeah, I think it's in fact my wife had she was like injured for a little bit, and I said, "Did you have you done that?" She said, "No," and then she did it, and then the next day she's like, "I'm better. I don't know how." It's like, see? Yeah. So I do think there's something there.
I was able to get it to my aunt, and she watched it. I thought that was phenomenal. Her husband is I would say a pretty avid hunter, and he has a lot of, in my opinion, connection to the wilderness and outside. And I think watching that video with her, he could connect a few more dots for himself.
You'll never believe who told me that they passed out. So they passed out, came 2 hours later or something, or minutes later, whatever, and had to go to the hospital and were out for the day. Do you know who that story happened to recently?
Nope, no clue.
And when I was talking, I said, okay, you need to go grounding. I said, listen, I know you hate me, and I know you don't believe anything I say, but ground tomorrow, take your shoes off, go wet the grass, go stand in the grass. And he told me the next day it felt better. FTFE.
That's great.
Yep. Craig was saying that he passed out or something, and he was like in the hospital and all. And I'm like, dude, do you ground? Do you ever ground? I don't even know. No, get out in the grass and ground. And because he's like, I guess they told me he's going to lose his leg. And he's like, if somebody tells me I'm going to lose my leg, you're not going to see me here streaming for hours a day. I'm going to be out fucking walking or doing something to get my leg back. So I'm,
That's
telling them,
really,
like, don't lose your leg. Don't let them just take your leg. Yeah. Anyway,
not at all.
You got to try and be good to some people. All right. Thanks, Brady. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Take care.
All right, later. Let's try one more time.
I can't figure out.
King Steven, are you there this time?
You know,
Steven, we hear you. Hello, Steven.
just a second, babe. Hello.
Steven, what's up?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
How's it going?
Fantastic, thank you.
All right. I just wanted to ask you if you have heard about Crater Earth for one thing. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, like the moon matches or something?
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I think that there's some good evidence there. I mean, I think that they fudge a little bit. It looks like it's kind of close, and then it kind of eliminates the Antarctic ice wall. I don't really see that in the moon. But I never discourage anybody from researching any different topics that I'm not researching, because that's the way, right? Like, since I'm not looking into that or following that line of evidence, I would never see it. So I want people to look into it if they think there's something there. And then if they find it and present a good enough video, then I'll be a believer.
All right. And I also wanted to ask you if you've looked into the reincarnation soul trap and that this is a recycling system. Have you ever looked into that topic?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Rosicrucians kind of believe that we keep coming back here because we're not, like, there's a connection with the source that since we've lost that, and they never knew, like, they never expected, basically supposed to get here and have like a remembering of your past lives, but we get here and then they give us vaccines and everything else, indoctrinate you, so you never connect with your actual spirit self, so that it just recycles you back and forth in this mind matrix, if you will. And there's really no way out unless you somehow figure out how to ascend without the connection to your former self.
Have you ever been on my channel, The Sanity Machine?
The what?
The Sanity Machine?
I don't think so, not off the top of my head, but I'm writing it down.
You haven't heard of it? Well, I go into a lot of that stuff of the recycling system. I wanted to ask you also, because you were talking to that Christian guy about God for a while. Do you believe in God? And if so, where do you think, like, what do you think the goodness is in this realm created by God that wasn't made by us? Because everything that we have, we had to build our own houses, shelter.
Correct.
We have to grow our food, pick it,
right,
send it to supermarkets, truck it. Like, what does God provide that's goodness in this realm? We're in a realm where
God
life eats life every
think
second of every day. Where's the goodness?
What'd you say, dark beats light?
No, I didn't say that. I
what'd you
said
say?
life eats life. Life eats life every second of every day. You have to eat life here to live.
Okay.
Whether you're eating animals or plants or fish,
Agree.
whatever you eat is life, right?
Agree. Yeah, I think
So
that we are God.
Where's the goodness from God? Where's the goodness?
Well, I don't
So
think
we
God,
are God.
God does not exist separate from us. Yes.
Okay, so you think we are God. Then why would we
Hold on a
we as
second,
gods create 10,000 diseases in the realm?
No, diseases come from man. So again, here's
But
the
we
thing.
are gods, right? We're gods, but
You don't know that.
What created the?
But you don't know that. So there's
no.
evil.
You said.
Hold on. There's
you said
evil.
we are gods, but
okay, hold on.
So what created the 10,000 diseases?
Man.
But you're saying men are gods. We're gods.
I'm saying that we are a piece of God, right? So just like you could take a cup full of the ocean, and I would say, here's ocean, but you're not the ocean. You're just a cup full of ocean, right? So there is God, which is the collection of all of us. All of it's God, but we are just individual pieces. And just like God is in you and God is in me, already he's better than me because I'm only in me. So, and you're only in you. God's in both of us, so he's better. Now he's in all of us.
So you're saying God is not just in you or me, but there's also a God that's separate from us, that's bigger than us.
If the God that's separate, the God that's separate from us would probably not be in time. He would be the God outside of time. So I think that, like, outside of time, we can't really understand that, right? Like, what would be that? Would it all be at once? How do you kind of even exist out there? But I think that God would know all things out there and all that stuff. But then to create a world where there's life and death and strife and love and hate and relationships and all that stuff, you would need to create a world in time. And then to experience that, because God himself, the God, cannot experience life and death. How could God die? But by separating himself into a bunch of pieces in that world, he could experience everything. So God experiences every rape, every triumph, every Super Bowl win, every golf putt made. God is right there. Now, some people remove God, or they forget that they are a God, and so they become evil and wicked, and they go and they cause trouble for other people. And when they do that, I think that they'll die and cease to exist. Right? They'll no longer be a soul. They'll no longer be a self.
So a murderer or like a sex offender, you think has God in them, but when they do bad things, they'll cease to exist. Is that your view?
I think that we all have God in us, and then some people turn it off, right? So, like for instance, there's a period in my time when I was about 31 or so, 30, that I think God spoke to me and told me some things, very small things, but it was a very clear choice that I had to make between good and evil. I could continue my life in one direction, or I could change and go to the other direction. And I feel like I tried one time to do what I wanted to do and not what I thought was good. And when I did that, as soon as I did, I felt the weirdest feeling ever. It was the first time I felt sin. And then I look at the whole thing, I'm like, wait a second. So that was like me eating the apple. When I got that information, I ate the apple. I became like God, in that I knew the difference between good and evil. And now when I make a conscious decision of one thing or the other, it's actually it affects me. Now, if I would have chosen to go down that path and I said, okay, I said I tried it once, right? But if I would have tried it once and been like, I don't even care about that feeling inside me that tells me this is wrong, I'm going to continue to do it. The next time I did it would probably hurt a little less. And then the time I did it again would hurt a little less. And I could actually move away from God by pursuing evil pursuits, pursuing money, pursuing fame, pursuing fortune, everything that people in the music industry and movie industry and Hollywood do. It's all basically taking away your connection with source. And so those people become evil. That's who rules the world. That's who makes all the money. That's who walks all over everybody. And I tend to think that we will be rewarded for being steadfast in not falling for that, because it's very easy to fall for.
But you're hoping for reward. You were raised Christian by Jesuits.
I know better. I know better than to hope for a reward. So I tell my wife that that's not my hope, because then I believe God's really testing us here. So what I mean by that is that the best way you would ever test people is to put a bunch of people on Earth and then let them be, give them free will, and then watch what they all do. And from that, you would actually determine who is an actual good person, because the people that are good are doing it for the right reasons. Now, some people came along and wrote a Bible and said, here, read this and do it for this reason. So right away, people are trapped in that they're going to look at that and be like, oh, I'm afraid of God, and therefore I'm going to follow his rules in this book, and I'm not going to. Well, God looks at that and says that person's not worthy of moving further on.
The show from backstage, that's all. And I happened to get on. I was waiting for like over an hour.
You can talk to your wife and then talk to me at the same time. Brenda debates, welcome. Yes, it's again Brenda. Start the 401 clock. This is the best Brenda night ever. You only have 3 minutes too, Brenda, because you already wasted a minute of the show. How hard is it to just stay on the? If you don't want to be here, then just leave. Harmon, I know Harmon's here because I can see him. Harmon, oops, you're muted. I think Harmon. Can't.
Yeah, I'm muted. Hey, first of all, I did the VIP again. I thought I was on the recurring one, and so I go through PayPal and do it. Right?
Didn't I add? Didn't I add free? Didn't I add free time for you? I'm gonna write that down. I'll do that.
That was a month ago or so. I don't know. So I just did another one today anyway.
Thank you.
It was $15.
Welcome back. Saturday's the hangout again. Me and you need to argue.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get on to you now. You and your heliocentric model you believe in.
Okay.
You and your gases.
I believe in gases.
I still want a cup of helium from you.
You cannot do that.
Why not? I want a cup of radon.
Can I give you a cup of
hydrogen? Cup of hydrogen. Give me a cup of hydrogen.
Can I give you a balloon of helium?
Yeah, that's man-made.
Yeah, I didn't say it's not man-made. I said everything comes from the ground.
All the gases come from, well, the helium came from a star from trillions of miles away and hit the Earth and caused the helium.
You know how they found it? Somebody looked through a telescope and saw helium on the sun.
Okay, I'm just giving you a hard time.
Well, that's actually the belief.
Anyway, as I talked to that guy that was doing the religious thing, but he's so hung up on the Bible, he can't much see past the Bible to see anything. But if he wants to look at the blackness that he's talking about, go back to Project Man-High, like I always preach to. No one puts it in there and listens to it. Go back to Project Man-High and read on Joseph Kittinger and read about how they talk about the blackness and what it does and everything, and how high they're up when they start seeing everything go black. That I don't know if that guy's listening to me or not, but I hope he is.
Happens in an airplane, right? So it's not very high.
I don't know if it happens in an airplane. I don't know.
Well, it gets black.
Because they were talking about 60,000 feet and above that, it started getting black.
Well, it gets black in an airplane. I mean, if you ever looked up in the sky.
No, I never. I don't fly. Sheesh. I flew in military aircraft that were C-130s. There's no windows and stuff, you know. So what do you do? Anyway, so then did you see Dave's new video today in his interview talking about Kiribati?
No.
There's two guys he's doing from Fiji, I guess.
Oh yeah, I did. Okay, I got you.
And they say he's pronouncing it wrong. It's Kiribati. You know, they're telling, no, we know about it all the time. So I'm just talking about how compartmentalized our education system is from state to state, from country to country, from everywhere. Those guys, they thought it's no big deal. We know it's there.
Right.
You know?
And he thinks it's
so. I thought, huh?
And he thinks it's secret or something. You mean?
Well, not secret. It's not a secret. It's just not taught. I think Dave thinks. You know, it's not a secret, or else we wouldn't find it. Because how are you gonna find a secret?
There's so many things not taught. Yeah, I mean, the world is so weird. In the fact,
yeah, it's just
people should recognize that once you learn all this stuff, you're like, none of this stuff is taught. Oh, I want to post a video. I posted it the other day. Where did I post it? About all these structures, these huge rock structures that they found that are like, it's like 16 times the biggest rock ever, and it's carved. It's completely carved. Clearly, giants did it, or a super advanced race did it. So
yeah, I don't know where those things. It baffles you, doesn't it?
Oh, it's just crazy. It's insane.
And that goes back to, so many people want to go back 1,000 years and 1,000 years, say, well, this is history. But then again, the same group of us will say, well, history's been erased since about 1830, so we don't even know what's going on. So I get a kick out of us when we go, back 1,000 years ago. No, we don't know. Like you said, we don't know. You said that earlier to that guy, and he can't get it.
Not with history.
But
with history, you can't know.
Huh?
Not with history, you can't know. I mean, you can see structures, you can see a rock built, you can see a pyramid built, and you know somebody built it. We can surmise that. But beyond that, you're kind of taking a guess.
Yeah, you're wrong about what I'm saying. No, I'm saying our time frame, our 18th. There were time frames way before us that just look at the buildings they built. And I tell people, look, they did that with a hammer and chisel.
Yeah.
You're telling me they built that with a hammer and chisel? Well, they were smart. You know what? Of course, the classic. You know what the classic is? The slaves did it.
Right. And you know who I've actually heard do it? The Jews did it. The Hebrew slaves. The Jews are the ones who built the pyramids.
Oh, the lost 10 tribes. I mean, when what's his face was sold into Egypt and stuff, and for the years, and they built it all.
That story makes no sense. Yeah. God comes, he's going to kill Moses, and then decides not to because his wife circumcises his son, and then wipes it on his foot. So,
and that guy again that you were talking to, his phone went dead. It's talking about Bible. If you want to learn a little bit more on another side of the flat earthers about view on gases and stuff, go to Peter and Pete. Go to Peter and Pete's channel. That's what it's called, Peter and Pete, and you'll get some gases information that doesn't jive with the heliocentric model that has gases in the air.
I lost where it is. I thought I posted it in the VIP. Did you not see me post something the other day about, oh, here it is, prehistoric megastructures. Let me give you this link. It is an awesome documentary. I loved it. But just insane, these rocks that can't be, there's no other excuse. I mean, they're just way too big, and I don't know what the mainstream, like what would MC Toon and FTFE, they would say this is all fake or something. I don't know what they would say. Because it's just
crazy.
Did you see that? Oh, you haven't seen it, but they actually found a well, and they called it the never-ending well or something, because they could it never ran out of water. So one time, early 1900s, I think, these guys decided to pump it out. So it took them like a month of pumping all this water out, and then when they went down there, it's this huge temple of. I got to show you. I'll show you real quick.
All right.
If I put this back on, I think. Oops.
Did you put the link? Where'd you put the link at?
I'm gonna drop right now.
Okay.
Can you? How do I get us both on there? There we go. Now you see me. All right. Let me move this over here. And here. Okay, so you should be able to see that at least somewhat. So this, let me see, here we go. So this is the well that they were pumping out, and then when they got down to the very bottom of it, it looked like this is it right here. Watch. Look at this thing.
Monumental. As the final remnants of water drained away, they stood before the entrance to a vast man-made cave. The pond that had long intrigued and sustained their community
Look at this thing.
was, in fact, a skylight or rooftop entrance to a massive ancient subterranean complex.
And again, there's no historical answer for it. They have no answer for it. None whatsoever. Let me grab this for you. But definitely check this out. If you want something to watch, grab your wife, grab your kids. You will enjoy this. How long is it? 46 minutes. There you go.
I will watch it as soon as we get off.
I went and saw.
But yeah, thanks, sir.
I went and saw
people.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I went and saw Stein Monday. So.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, in Vegas?
No, this is the day before when he was in Sacramento. He almost got us jumped by the protesters. They were knocking my backpack around and trying to put flags in my face. I'm like, I hope I get paid for this, but I did. So
that's too funny.
I'm excited though because you know how he's doing comedy, going around doing comedy shows. He wants me to open. So
you'll be scared.
I know it's something I've always wanted to do though. So it's like I'm gonna psych myself into it and write some jokes and looking forward to it.
Yeah, there you go. You're gonna but get what like that. Your saying comes in. Be careful what you ask for.
Right, you might get it.
That's serious on that because as soon as you said, I've heard we talked about it a lot of times, but just now when you said it as something that's going to be real, all of a sudden it hits you.
Right.
You know,
all of a sudden I started thinking of these jokes, and every joke I could think of, I was like, wait, I think I got that from another comedian. So you have to be really, I mean, like, where am I, you know, you have to come up with what are my own jokes that I've come up with myself. So,
that's so cool though.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked with it. It'll be interesting. He's like, yeah, you could do 10 minutes, right? I'm like, yeah, I'll do 10 minutes. Yeah. So.
And then, one last thing I was gonna say so much to that guy about the when he was on that religious kick, but it's no good. He has everything's an excuse. If not, don't know. Well, God wants it that way. But about the love of money, he says, yeah, the love of money, because I said the people that wrote the Bible aren't going to say hate money because they want your money.
Absolutely.
I said they want your money just as much as the government wants it. So they're just going to say the love of money, you know?
Right. And it's just like they say, you know, the rich can't get into heaven, right? It's hard for the rich to get into heaven. Then they go and get rich. And we don't worry about it. Or Jesus said, don't store up treasures for the future. And then every family running the world right now is because they stored up treasures for their family's future.
And look at Bill Gates. You know, what I found out the other day, real quick on the seed bank. You know what a seed bank is, where he has it like in Norway or Switzerland. Somewhere?
Yeah, it's up there in the hills.
Well, somewhere during this stuff is going on, I think out of Syria, somewhere like that, they had another one, but I guess it just got destroyed. I can't remember. I know that's what brought it up to me.
How did it get destroyed?
Bombs or something. I don't know. I had to look it back up. But I didn't know there was a second seed bank like that. But yeah, surely there's going to be more than one, right?
Let me ask you this, though. I was just going to ask you. So I'm getting to the point now where I think we know that they're lying to us about everything, right? So shouldn't we just remove ourselves from it and just stop caring? Like, that should probably be the next step, because I don't think you'll never find the truth. How would you ever find the truth? How would you ever know you found the truth? If you thought you found the truth about something, somebody could come and introduce new evidence that you might then say, oh, well, that can't be the truth based on this new evidence, right? So you'll always be searching. You'll always be, and I'm not sure that's the point. So I think it's supposed to be, okay, these guys are lying to us, and it's really not important whether the pyramids were built in 4000 or in 2000 or in 4000.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. I thought you were talking about the fear aspect. It just, knowing the truth only helps the fear aspect. You're not afraid of the world anymore.
No, not at all. And that's what I think most flat earthers can say. I don't care about their COVID. I know I'm not afraid of their diseases. I'm not afraid of that stuff. So I think that's what flat earth brought me that's the best.
No, anyway, there's only one thing I'm scared of now, and that I'll let you go.
Giants.
I'm still scared of I'm scared of those ants that can jump 18 to 20 inches as you walk by them in Australia, and the most painful thing there is. Those I'll always be scared of.
That's fear porn. Don't be afraid of them. You can take them out. You're way better than them. You're
all
way
right, buddy.
bigger.
You take care.
All right, later. All right, let's try. Oh, good. Brenda left. FE Tests in the house. What up, Brian?
Hey, man. What's going on? Is my microphone working?
You sound the best so far of the show.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be damned. I wanted to say I was going to try and get you to play a short video, but I wanted to say something real quick because it's only a couple minutes long. But with that debate, yeah, I think you should continue having the debates and everything, but like keep the format or just keep messing around with the format so you
which
get
format
something
do
that
you
you
like
like.
better?
Well, dude, I did the first one. And that was kind of pinned me down. But I mean, you give us a little bit of freedom. But with the pre-asked questions, that was like, and I could only pin McToon down 2 or 3 times. And with the back and forth is a little better. But what's funny, Jared, is you just was I seen you get a little aggravated that they were going back and forth in that debate about the gas pressure.
Well, I almost think that they're doing it on purpose. I think that what they do is they get together and find a way to game the system. FTFE did that last time when he debated Dave, because what he did was he kept asking Dave to steelman his arguments. And I was like, wait a second, that is a hack of my system, because if you did that, you could go the entire debate and have the other guy arguing your point and you arguing your point. So what did you do? So I'm like, okay, we have to get rid of that possibility. So that it seems like they're trying, like FTFE had to think of that. He had to like, how do I game this system? Oh, I'll just have him keep steelmanning my beliefs. He'd say steelman gravity. Dave would have to try and struggle through that, and they'd be like, nope, that's not right. Gravity is this, 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 and this. Now steelman this. Well, you could do that the whole debate, and you would basically get your side talked about for 2 hours or an hour.
It was hilarious though, because they're looking like dunces, because they're sitting there saying that that gas doesn't need a volume. I mean, they literally told him that there's no G, big or little G, in any gas law, and McToon's saying over and over, where's it say anything about a container or volume in gas? Like every gas law has a B. They finally pointed that out. But anyway, I wanted to point this out. I wanted to run something by you, man. I respect your opinion. First, one other thing real quick. Okay. MC Toon, I'm trying to be quick, but MC Toon was saying the horizons always match the globe right after Sovereign Soul showed Skunk Bay, literally showing the horizon moving around. He's literally showing the horizon moving around in Skunk Bay, and McToon's talking about like the horizons always match the globe math. But I'm gonna tell you right now that I just did a video today with the 128,000 foot Felix Baumgartner on a good clear day. I think the horizon is a function of distance on a good clear day. Any auto level crosshairs will sit right on the horizon. And my point is that he shows, when he tries to show a horizon in an airplane that matches a globe, he shows a real hazy, foggy atmosphere.
And the camera's probably above that too.
Yeah. Plus he's using a Theodolite app on his phone, which they'll never let us get away with in our arguments. But the one last thing with this. So when they always ask for calculations on a flat Earth, and they say that perspective is just things shrinking, which I bought into that for quite a while.
Okay.
But I got to thinking in the last couple of days that that's not true. We always talk about the critical angle, being whatever, like 1 or 2 arc seconds or 0.202 degrees.
Right.
And so I was arguing with a Glober today on Earth Awakenings, and he's sitting there saying that angle doesn't do nothing. I'm like, well, that's the diffraction limit. I'm like, so if that's what causes the horizon and you zoom in, it's not going to change the horizon because it's the critical angle that causes the horizon. And they never concede this. And I literally had to bring up a checkerboard. I was like, okay, so you're telling me that if that angle has nothing to do with it. So if I put, a camera down an inch above like a row of 100 checkerboards, you're telling me that, well, what I'm telling him is that you're going to not be able to distinguish the individual checkers after a couple boards or 2 or 3 boards because you've lost the angle. So
they can't even admit that.
Yeah. Well, he just kind of I don't understand what you're saying. Like everybody else
like they all
did. But,
yeah, because you're saying something that's not in a physics book. How dare you?
So the point is this. So if it's that angle, which I'm pretty sure it is, I don't think any flat earther would disagree. It's that critical angle of convergence that causes the horizon. So we need to be calculating the fact that the objects are getting smaller in the distance and that critical angle. That would literally function separate from the critical angle. So if we lost the ground, that would have nothing to do with, but anyway, I'll go into it deeper. I just want to give you a little bit to think about. I think that would make the calculations a lot more feasible and give us flexibility. But, I posted a video in Telegram. It's like 2 minutes and it's an old video about, Rob Skiba, showing just how the sun works, because in these last few debates, not yours, but, on like modern day debates, and everywhere I go, they're acting like a sunset could never happen on a flat plane. And we've demonstrated it multiple ways. And so I figured that would be a good one to show everybody. It's short and sweet.
Okay. Bring it up now.
Condense his information.
All right. Anything else for us?
Yeah, man. No, that'll do it. So thanks for letting me cram all that in,
Later.
Jaron.
All right, later.
So for
Later.
all of the toxic people who claim that a sun could not set on a plane or that something moving away couldn't maintain angular size, here's a simple demonstration that explains them both just using lensing.
Technically, I think if you're going to be a stickler about it, you would say a mirage has to have an inverted image. But again, the physics is all the same.
The science is the same of that of a lens.
Level.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
Yes. So this is, if anything, this is definitely a demonstration that that refraction displaces the image, and basically where you think the image is not where it actually is.
Check this out. All right, here's the first test.
So starting with the sun above eye level or camera level, let's see what happens.
Of a sun moving over a flat surface, and with no atmospheric magnification, it does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us. All right, now let's see what happens when we add in our atmospheric magnification. Again, water and refraction. Water causes magnification and refraction, right? So let's bring the sun back. Oh, check this out. Refraction bends the light downward. It made the sun set on a parallel surface as it was moving parallel, the same height, the whole way over a flat surface. The refraction caused the sun to...
And now imagine that there's mountains here. Mountains here, or the sun would go behind the mountains, but it's actually setting to the
set. Not only that, well, let's bring in the beginning of that little test, and we see that it maintained pretty much the same size. Depending on how much moisture is in the air, we could see that the sun doesn't appear to change in size at all as it goes down. We could see sometimes perhaps that it looks like it's getting bigger when it goes down. You ever see like a really big sunset or moon rise, moon set?
Maybe this is what effect is causing the sun to set. Maybe it's not. But the point here is, please stop claiming that it's not possible without a globe.
Yeah, there's no possibility for bottom-up
now
obstruction.
Now that you've seen it, if you keep making that claim, you are now lying. And the experts would all agree that there is lensing going on. They would probably claim different effects to that, but they would all agree that there is atmospheric lensing happening. So there's a demonstration. We have also demonstrated other methods that are very easy to reproduce. So let's please put this old 2015 argument to bed.
Alrighty, I'm going to show you this if I can get it open here. Show me window. Okay, good. So I'm going to show you this real quick.
I'm not going to bury the lead.
This is what Ruhif is acting like he can't fathom. Just follow me here. This is not something you heard in school. Warning. It's not something you heard in school. This is my own idea here. Okay, so just follow me for a second. See if this makes sense. If this is the horizon, okay, let's pretend that we're on an asphalt road. We know that the road is very hot. We know that the sky is very cold. The air is cold. They say that that causes light to bend down. How do we know that that's true? Well, or bend up, whatever. But we know that that's true because we see the sky, right, reflected in the ground. Okay? That's why in a mirage, we see the sky reflected in the ground because cold air is above hot ground, the light bends. Now, stay with me. If the opposite is true, when instead of this now, the water is cold, the sky is hot, the air is hot. So here's the waves of the ocean. So just the opposite is true. So rather than show the sky down low, we see the water up high. The water comes to here, and boats are sitting on the water. The water's here, the horizon's here. So boats are sitting behind the water. And if this boat starts going out away from us, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and appear to be going behind the mirage. Which is, and then if you go look at pictures, if we go look at pictures right now, you're going to see that every time we look at the ocean, it actually looks like there is a weird band of water here. So it's so simple. And just, these guys act like when I'm trying to tell them, they're like, never can possibly be. We understand inferior mirage and superior mirage. We understand Fata Morgana. Oh, okay, listen though. If it's so easy, we've seen this a million times, there's a horizon, there's a road. Okay, there's your road. And we see that when it's hot on the ground, cold in the air, we see light from the sky reflect in the ground. And it creates the sky here. And then there's like a horizon line here. Okay, so the sky gets seen lower. So if the opposite is true, over here now, we say, oh, the opposite is true. Now this is hot, this is cold. So everything's reversed. So now instead of showing the sky lower, we're going to show the water higher. That simple, which creates a false horizon that things go behind. This is why you see buildings of Chicago. This is why you see the turning torso. And they can calculate, based on this being always the case, when is the cold water not the colder than the air above it? Always. So they can calculate and know how far back you need to be to eliminate different sizes of things. That's it. So to me, that makes so much sense. Let's go look at real quick. We'll look at a, get this out of here. Close. I want to close the whole box. That one. So let's go look at a mirage. Mirage first of road. Oops, can you guys see? I need to go to here. 1 second. We'll be back with your calls. 1 second. Just get this out while I'm thinking about it. I hit browser solo. Hold on, this is not correct. It's got to be down a little more like this. Sorry, this is too big. Now that's what she said. All right, here we go. That's better. Okay, so we're looking at a mirage here. So now, if you look at this mirage, it's what I just described. You son of a buck. Hold on 1 second. Got to still shrink this way down. And that's better. At least for now. All right. So now, imagine for a second that there was no grass here. Okay, the grass is screwing it up because the grass isn't hot enough to be a difference between the sky and the ground. But what we're seeing here is the sky lower than it's supposed to be, creating a false horizon. So now just think of the other way. When there's ocean, we see the water higher, creating a false horizon. Simple. Simple, and we don't get it, and people will call me a liar. People in the chat right now won't even look. They'll probably be like, "You're lying. That's not how light works. You don't understand how light bends." It's like, shut up. Let me look at boats on the horizon. Let's see if we see anything of what I'm talking about here. Images. Okay. So when you see boats like these, okay, out here, kind of hard to see in that one. That's a little bit of a bad picture. How about this one? Okay, so like for instance, this boat here, but you can actually see that this is like a false water. It doesn't even look real. Look over here. See that like change there? It almost looks like it's a doubling. Now imagine, the real horizon is right here where this boat is on. And this boat is also on the water. By the way, this boat is not very much lower. It's not like it goes way down here. So there's a false horizon that's sitting here. And of course, it's going to block boats that are further away more than it blocks boats that are close. Oops. Let me see what else you have here. So you got this boat here. Okay. So what's happening here is that this is not a real horizon. The water's down here. Can you see my mouse? Yeah. The water's down here because this is a mirage. And if you actually zoom into it, let's see if we can get into it and see. No, that's not what I want to do. Screw you, Cora. Anyway, let's look at this one. And it's always this compression. There's compressed, right? But this is just a mirage. Things go behind the mirage. That's all I'm saying. Now, Dave Weiss has a good explanation for his. I don't know. It doesn't explain to me why you would see something like this, right? Which is, again, the mirage has kicked up this water. The water's not real. The boat is sitting on the real water. You're seeing a mirage. Now, what Rufy said is the boat would mirage too. No. What we see mirage is just because it's close to us. What he's saying is everything behind that would also obey that. No, what? That's not the case. It's just what's in front of us. It's like, again, that would be like seeing the road and saying that everything on the road gets miraged. Well, not everything does. We saw the lines right in front of us. So there's not everything. This kind of picture here. See, this to me, it just seems like there's something going on back here. Like this is a false horizon, a false mirroring. And again, it gets confusing. You'd have to actually flip it upside down to really see what I'm saying and kind of think about it in terms of an upside down mirage. See what's going on here. By the way, I did at least figure out what's going on with floating boats. So actually researching does help. Floating boats. So here's the answer for floating boats. And this is the case every single time. When you see a floating boat, the water in the background is very still. The water in the foreground is very choppy. And that's it. There's your answer. Every single time you see a floating boat, it's going to be choppy water in the front, still water in the back. Choppy water in the front, still water in the back. And it's got such a degree of angle that it appears to almost reflect the sky. But it's not a mirage. There's nothing upside down. There's nothing inverted. It's simply just here's the water going choppy, 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 and then it gets still. There's less wind out there. And since you get that, what's this? I don't know what's going on with that one. Boat floats on air. No, it doesn't. So anyway, all right, let's get back to the calls. I'm still investigating that more. I'm going to talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. See this one? You can kind of see what's going on there. But he was just saying, what was he saying earlier? It's probably a mirage. They're probably reflections. Did you hear him say that, Riff? That's not a reflection. That's the full boat. What reflection are you seeing? I don't see any reflection. This one here, that's a full boat, not a reflection. So in almost every case, you're going to see that. I'm sure you might find one that is some sort of a reflection. But for the most part, there's another one. Again, you have choppy water up front, still water in the back, causing boats to appear to be floating on the sky. But the boats are really there. Right? All those boats are there. They're just sitting on the water that's stiller and causing a reflection of the sky. So if you kind of think of this, now imagine, flip it upside down. Right? And you would notice that just like we think the water, so where's the real horizon here? The real horizon's back here, right? So what happened? The sky is being seen lower. So now flip it when the alternate conditions are there and the ground, the water, would be seen higher. Okay. Thank you, Maria Walker. I've talked with people get very confused. Let me make it very clear though, real quick, before anybody loses their mind about the Bible. There's nothing that anybody can say to make me think that the God of the Old Testament is worthy of worship. Okay, those guys are just afraid of God. They're afraid of Jehovah. I'm not. That's the difference. So nothing. I'm not. It doesn't matter who I talk to. They're not going to convince me that killing babies is okay. Having people stone each other is okay. Killing the firstborn of the Egyptians after you're the one who made Pharaoh's heart hardened. None of that is good God behavior. And I think the test is here to see who has balls like me, who can say that, and who's a puss and be like, no, we have to do whatever God says. God says we have to worship him, even if you don't know his ways, Jaron. You don't understand why he does the things he does. It's higher than you can. You can't judge him with your morals. Well, God gave me my morals. Why would he give me morals and then operate outside of them and be like, worship me anyway? Okay, whatever you say. I think God put us here to make that decision to go, no, that's not God. How do I know? Because God gave me my morals. So if I look in the book and they show me a God that isn't moral, how could God be like, worship me? It's a test, guys. It's a test. You can choose which one you want. Choose who you want to listen to. I'm not saying listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'm telling you why I have chosen. I'm not telling you what you should choose. It's your life. It's your choice. It's your test. If you think that God's going to reward you for just reading the Bible and being like, yeah, I believe in God. I believe this is God, and I don't care what he does. I'm going to worship him, no matter how bad he is, because I don't really get to judge him. Well, then that's your choice. All right, Tone Blair. Said your name wrong.
Yo.
What up, G?
Can you hear me?
Hey, great.
All right.
Let me get you back on the screen.
So I just wanted to talk about a bunch of random shit.
Okay, random shit.
But first, hey, man, so yeah, I'm the dude that always says I'm going to make you a beat, and I never sent you a beat.
How dare you?
So this is the beat I made for you, but then it was too sick, and I was like, bro, I can't get this.
No, that's fucked up.
I'm going to play it for you real quick.
Okay, I'm ready.
Tell me if it's too loud or quiet.
Okay. Turn it down just a hair.
Yeah, it might not translate fantastic.
I think it sounds fantastic. I love it. Oh, it's badass.
I'm gonna make you another one, but I had to keep that one, man. I was like, nah, sorry. But
Dick
make
move.
one.
Dick move.
Hey man, no, it really was. I named it Jeranism too, but I was kind of dyslexic, and it came out like Jeranism, and I just left it like that.
I always do that when I'm
sent
typing things in.
Yeah, but man, the gas pressure thing. So I always think about that, and like I get it, and I don't think there really is any example where gas pressure exists without a container, right? There's like nothing in the world that exists like that.
No, that's why I hate the argument.
I hate the argument too because it doesn't get anywhere.
Well, if you've ever listened to me, you've never heard me ask somebody about gas without a container. Now, I will say that I don't think gas can be next to the vacuum of space. But as far as the container argument or saying, show us an example, that's just rude because it's impossible.
Right.
So, now, that might be the point of them saying that. The point of them saying that is to make a point that it's impossible to have that connection, which is also true.
Right. Well, one thing I was thinking about too was, oh man, my wife and kid had to come as soon as you answered the damn phone.
Sorry, my bad. Tell him to wait up a second.
What's the I know they say the gradient is the reason why you could have the vacuum of space and next to the atmosphere, but like what does that even mean? Like, why is the gradient? Are they trying to say the gradient is the container?
They're saying that gases don't equalize. That basically, yeah, the gravity is the container. It's holding everything down, and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner as it goes up. And that even though you have two different pressures next to each other, that it's so gradual that it just sits there and stays there.
What up, man? Here, say what up to my kid real quick.
All right, what's going on?
Hi.
What's the
This
B for?
Jared
What is it?
Fire guy.
Boston?
Nah, boombox.
Oh, okay.
Travel ball.
Oh, all right. Looks like the Bellarmine hat when the high school I went to.
That's my chick too, but so but the whole gradient thing, man.
Yeah, it's a.
So, and I get that, but why did they say it even stops? So is it just the altitude, the height that makes it so?
Yeah, it runs out.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like the whole container and firmament thing too, and it's like, sure, it could be like a physical barrier or something like that, but couldn't it just be like a temperature thing or something like that? Like the shit is just way too cold, so it just stops.
Yes, in fact, I think that's what Eru believes.
Yeah, I've heard him. He talks about the super helium or something like that.
Right, but I think he also believes that it gets so cold up there that all gases would cease to have kinetic bouncings around. You know, gas is always moving, and as you cool it, it gets more dense and more. So basically, the very cooling of gases very high up, he thinks would create like a dome.
Yeah, I'm on board with that one too, man. I like that explanation. So there's that, man. And then, you know what argument I don't like is, even though I used to say it all the time, is the, water lays flat thing. And the trouble with that is, like, underneath the water could be any shape it wants to be. You know what I mean? And of course it's going to lay flat.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well, I guess, but if you're saying, like, you could have a sphere underneath it and the water would lay flat, where would it go if it's laying flat?
Well, yeah, no, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, I get their argument is very simple, and it took me a while to get it because basically it took me thinking about a Home Depot. Let's say that a Home Depot is the entire Earth. Okay, so meaning that it's Home Depots for as far as we can see. There's no walls. It's just a Home Depot. So no matter where we're at in the Home Depot would be flat. No matter where you're at, right? If we were going to build railroad tracks, we would just go out there and we would build railroad tracks. We would never need to measure further down in the Home Depot to be like, we need a curve. No, you're just going to lay railroad tracks. Same thing is true for, and here's where it gets crazy, is that then you have to believe, though, that people are living upside down, and you have to believe that things pull to the center. Now, if there was evidence of that, if I held my remote control up and I felt some force pulling to the center, that would be pretty good evidence to me that things do pull to the center. There is no evidence of that to me. It's just a story. And it doesn't fit their universe observation, so therefore it's very easy for me to say, oh, gravity's not real. Nothing pulls to the center. We all have weight. We all are dense. We all go to the ground. That's where the downward vector is. That's where the preferred direction is, the downward bias. So there's no evidence to me that things are there's no antipodes people. There's no people upside down underneath me.
Yeah, that is plain out fucking ridiculous to begin with.
Yeah, and that's why they taught flat Earth was so dumb, right? Because their belief is so dumb. So you have to
it's crazy
teach
that we believe that shit at one point. It's
it is
like,
crazy.
what the fuck?
It only works if everybody believes it, and if you give rewards of certification to people who do believe it and who go on to teach it, which is exactly what we see.
Yeah. Yeah, I always tell people it's like, man, it's like fucking believing in Santa Claus and shit.
Yeah, I mean, and these guys are just so sure of themselves, they don't even realize, like, you were just taught it. Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson's never been to space. He's never going to space. He read a book, and he repeats it, and that's why we gave him a PhD. It's just great. Would we ever give doctors MDs without touching a human body? Never. So
no.
It's just weird that we, like, there's something wrong with that. You would not give somebody a PhD because they read a book. Now you're so smart about something because you read a book. And he makes a lot of mistakes, that guy, anyway.
Oh yeah, big time, man.
Some of them in our favor, and I think it's just because I really do believe that he's just a real space nerd who they kind of propelled up. And yeah, he also worships the sun. I think that's what heliocentrists do. They think the sun is all life-giving, right? So they kind of are sun worshippers. But as far as like liars, does he get up there? Does he know the Earth is flat? No, I don't think so. I know a lot of people do. I think you're a liability if you don't employ liars when you can employ true believers. The true believer they'll go to fight for you. They'll go to bat for you. Somebody who's just lying might get tired of it, might decide to come out one day and say it, might have a weird stroke of like, but I think that they understand the psyche way different than we do. And I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen it on YouTube where somebody will make a claim about something and they'll stick to it no matter what. Meaning that even if they're dead wrong, they're not going to get off of it. Nathan Oakley, these guys, because they've made a certain statement and they've gone a certain direction, they will never, Nathan Oakley can never say, you know what, maybe there is something to the ether. He can't say that. So what that creates is this problem where then you say, okay, if that happens on our side, people who are supposedly truthers who care about the truth, then it definitely happens on the science side. Meaning that if you go around teaching heliocentricity, if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson and you're the head of a planetarium, your brain has created a block of you ever admitting to yourself you were wrong. So you just can't do it.
It's a full-on like filter.
Yep. Yeah, everything's going to go through that, and it's going to be like, no, they're lying because. So it's the same thing at Ruhif, and I just think I have a hard time. I think sometimes I'm going to get through to somebody, and then I realize, wait a second, we're just operating on different wavelengths. I've already realized I've been lied to about so much that I've removed that from my mind. I don't no longer bank on, oh, I believe this, so it's definitely true. So I don't bank on that anymore. I let evidence show me which way I should go. But these guys, they don't go by evidence. They go by what they're told evidence is and what evidence to look for. Like cookies for Santa, like I always say. Everything that they find and show is cookies that have been left for Santa. Or out for,
There's footprints on the floor.
Right.
Of course he was.
Right. It's like the whole thing I talk about the moon going slow. Like, why are they going slow? Nobody can ever answer that. They just think, well, they went to the moon, so Jaren's wrong. It doesn't matter what I say and say, yeah, but shouldn't we be moving fast? There's no atmospheric pressure on us. There's no gravity. We're a 200-pound man with a huge body mass and huge muscle mass, and we're only 50 pounds. Shouldn't we be jumping? They won't even listen. It's like they can't. There's no way Jaren can be right and a scientist be wrong. That's their mentality.
The brainwashing is deep, man. Deep.
It's uber deep.
Hey, man, so real quick, I was going to try to make it down to San Diego, but I live like about an hour away. And I was like, bro, I'm working all day by the time I get there or whatever. Yep. But that shit is pretty cool. And what's the Glover's explanation for the infrared?
Refraction. They don't even care about the fact that you couldn't see it with your eyes. You couldn't see it with, like, let's put it this way. If the Glovers would have all went out that day, they said, we're going to go and do a test. And they went out there and they observed that they didn't see the island. They would then come home and celebrate, saying that the island wasn't there, that it was blocked by curve because the Earth is a ball. Period. They can't deny that. They would never get out there, not see it, and go, it could still be there, and we just don't see it. They would assume that that is an absolute proof of the globe. And it's not, because we pulled out the infrared camera and the island is there. So,
well, that's what I was thinking, that shit, refraction and all that shit down. I thought,
well,
I guess.
I have to talk to Austin exactly because I don't really understand what Austin says, but I kind of get it. He's basically saying that because of the wavelength of the infrared, that it should refract less, meaning that there's no way we should see it with the infrared and not with the cameras. We should actually see it with the cameras and then see it further, but just lower with the infrared. But we couldn't see it with cameras or eyes or binoculars, not there at all. So,
man, when you seen that shit in the infrared, were you like, holy shit?
No, I expected to see it, but so I was like, pretty excited. The first day I was like pissed because I I almost like second guessed myself. I was looking in an area for the island, then I saw where the sun was setting. I'm like, what the sun doing setting over there? And then I was like so sure of myself of where I thought the island was, I stuck with the island. Then the sun set. We kept looking for the island, didn't see it. Then I went back and I was like, oh shit, what if it was where the sun actually set? Which it turns out it was. Supposedly, that's where it should have been. So I should have had my camera on the sunset rather than where I thought the island was. But the next day, I did better, and at least we got it. But again, those guys are saying that it's only like the top 100 feet of the mountain, of the island. There's like 1,800 feet missing, which again, just matches exactly what the globe predicts. It's like you took what I saw and then went and adjusted the refraction till it matched and then said, that's globe proof. So I'm like, so what you've done is you've created an unfalsifiable model. Anything that we ever see, you will adjust until it matches and then say it's globe proof. So it's just disappointing because it's like, well, I'm like, so basically we'll never ever, and they don't even understand, refraction makes the Earth 20% bigger. What if we did that at any point, like said, okay, we're going to add this magical math number, which allows us to, what if we made the Earth 20% smaller and said, look how far we see. We see too far every day on every site. What would they say? Be like, yeah, losers, you're making the Earth smaller. So we're like, yeah, losers, you're making the Earth bigger. So again, it's they're not going to let it topple. It's just like the moon landing, right? The moon landing is not going to go down easy. This is why these guys are so funny when you say something and then they bring you back the evidence. Like, well, look, NASA says on this page, it's like, yeah, no shit, they have an answer for it. You went to the people I'm saying are lying to you.
The Bible says it. The Bible says it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Hey, well, they just got home, so let me go say what up to them. But,
right.
Bro, one of these days, I'm going to make you a fucking beat just for you.
And it's going to be so awesome that you give it to somebody else. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Well,
thanks,
I might have to pull it back again.
All right, Tone. Tone, we got Apocryphon on the call here. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, you?
Good, man. Thanks for the invite to the Sunset Telegram. I got into it with Ruhif on there naturally.
Fun, isn't it?
Yeah, always.
It's just like arguing with a physics book. Every time you say something, it's just like page 37, line 4. Oh, okay, my bad. Didn't even see that.
It never fails, dude.
No.
Hey, I wanted to ask you. I don't know. Well, obviously you're gonna remember, but do you remember when you were having people record the sun? How long the sun actually was traversing across the sky?
Yeah.
Whatever happened with that?
Well, we got both answers. Some people came back and said mine's going up. Some people came back and said mine's going down. And then we kind of realized that it's kind of subjective. So until we figure out a way to like measure the actual light, like for instance, and then weather depends, right? So like if I told you to go out and watch the sunset tonight and calculate how long it takes so it depends. If your area is cloudy, then you're going to see the sun for less time. So then kind of everybody's numbers were getting all over the place. There wasn't a real hard, but I think that it goes without saying, and I don't know why people in Australia, why Ruhif won't do this, but I believe that right now, everybody on Earth is having longer time after sunset. Everybody. Mm-hmm. And so that's because we're getting closer to June 21st. So that alone is a globe debunk, but this is why so here's the thing. We need globers to actually go out and test it. Well, you can't expect them to be honest. I've never seen them honestly come back with any evidence other than, look at Pontchartrain. It's curving like a peach here. And look at, I did this test and I did this and I measured and every stick came up perfectly with the shadow. Everybody called in their results. It was all perfect. It's like, shut the fuck up. I mean, these are the same idiots that say we went to the moon, 20,000 companies all got together. And, I made a little button, happened to fit right into the command module, and you made a little lever, fit right in, no mistakes, no errors, went to the moon. Simple. We just can't go back right now. We'll go back.
Yeah, it was perfect. It worked out perfectly.
Perfect. And they knew it was going to work out so perfectly that they had children stay home from school, had them sit in front of the couch. Because can you imagine if halfway there, those guys just died? Like, what would they have done? You just had all these students stay home. You've talked about it for 10 years, and now our heroes are dead. So you know for a fact they could have never let that happen. They knew the whole time exactly what was going to happen so that they could give us heroes. That's exactly why they did that. So, again, you would never, ever do that. You would never televise the first time people have gone to the moon. What if they died? What if there was aliens there? You're just going to show us live TV of aliens coming and killing Buzz Aldrin? Well, they probably have a drink with him first, then kill him.
Absolutely. And good point about the weather. That's why I was asking, because I was thinking, like, man, that would be kind of hard for everybody to be doing that, because, like, if you have cloudy skies or overcast, Like
Right.
you're kind of out of the contest or out of the the experiment, if you will.
Yeah. Now I think that you could do it if you really had like. Here's always the problem, right? These guys are like the globe acts like they're so we've got all the science. Yeah, you pay people to do the science. We don't. Flat Earthers doesn't have any. I don't have anybody I can pay to watch the sunset every day, or to even watch the sunset once a week for 3 months. Right? Like we don't have anybody like that. When the sun was setting behind San Clemente and behind Santa Catalina, like we should have a flat earther out there every day. You could just move along the coast in your car, keep going to a different beach, and you would be able to film it every single day. So you would have evidence of what it looks like when it's clear, what it looks like when it's foggy, what it looks like with a marine layer. We don't have any of that. And we're so far away from funding anybody. I was telling Alex Stein on Monday, I said, Alex, tell me this situation. Pretend like you like a baseball team. He's like, okay. And their best player doesn't afford to eat. What does that tell you? He's like, you mean the best player on the baseball team that I like can't afford to eat? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, our team's done. I'm like, yeah, right. Their team's in trouble. He's like, yeah. I'm like, that's how I feel about flat Earth. We have Witsit Gets It who can't afford to eat right now. I'm sure he's eating, but I'm saying he's not making enough money. We have to talk. We're like, okay, we got to do. So it's like our best player can't afford to live. Like we're not funding him. So to me, I'm like, doesn't that mean our team sucks? Our team is in trouble. Watching that robot polisher or whatever today, and I see, FTFE gets in a fight, bangs somebody's head on the ground, gets fined, and the Globe community comes and supplies him with 3 times the fine money.
Right.
So again, and then he even says in that video, he's like, this is the difference between the Globe and the flat Earth. The flat Earth is going nowhere because the Globe steps up how can you, I'm okay. I mean, it's, I don't expect it anymore. I'm not saying that I expect it because I know it'll just not happen. It's sad, but it's not going to happen. They say there's 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. $1 from each one per year would be $11 million. Think of how many Hibbler would be funded, and Austin would be funded. All these people who do experiments, you could fund Zach to actually sit around and do science experiments all day. We don't have anything close to that. We don't even have one person funded. Now, why is that? It's because they've done an excellent job of when you lie to everybody, then everybody now is doubtful about everything, right? Nobody trusts anybody. And then when somebody thinks they found the truth, if somebody else comes and says something different than that, then that person must be a shill. So what they've done is just they've segregated. There's no cohesive unit here anymore. Just everybody's in their own little cliques. RV Truth is still doing videos, still getting 10,000 people. It's none of the same people either. So they took the hundreds of thousands of people that were flat earthers and they put 5,000 people in each of our shows. And so I don't know if there's really, I kind of realize now is the time to probably remove yourself from that rat race, right? Because they want you there.
Yeah.
They want you there. They want you arguing. They want you bickering because you're not getting anything done. I'll be damned.
Yeah, there's no forward movement on that.
At all. And I'll be damned if in 5 years I'm sitting here doing the same thing. If I am, somebody needs to come and kill me.
I was going to say, just real quick, like, I was going to actually talk to Dave about it, Dave Weiss, because he has this app and, you can see with the blue dots how many, people are actually, into this conversation. It'd be cool if, like, at a specific time, on a specific day, in your area, if everybody with their phones that they download the app to, everybody would just take a picture if they have a clear night, and you can get like this mapped out star system, but from the planar Earth. But I know because you have to go to Stellarium and it'll give you the baller, like, oh, this is how we're going to see the stars on the ball. But it would be cool, like if everybody in every continent, could just take a snapshot, and then somehow take all those photos and with their positions, with the coordinates, and then just create the stars above us in that sense. And then I think that we could get some stuff from that. I had that idea.
I like it. I'm not gonna lie, I do like it.
Yeah, maybe talk to Dave about it or some of your followers and see if they're even interested. Because when you were doing the thing with the sun, that's what actually sparked my idea about the stars. I dude, why not just do it with the night sky, and then we could just make a whole map at the night across. Yeah.
I'll just tell you that the thing that's weird is we only had like 5 people doing it, right? So that's what's always frightening to me is there's a couple things. Flat earthers don't like to put their name on anything. That's kind of known. I knew that back when I did the video, NASA, why haven't you done this yet? Talking about putting a camera on the moon. And it had like tons of views, 30,000 views, something like 3,000 or 4,000 likes. And then the petition was signed by like 110 people. So it's like, okay, what happened? Well, if you like the video, wouldn't you sign the petition? But people just don't want to do that. They're afraid of the government. They're afraid of putting their name attached to it. So,
Right.
you know, that's what fears. That's what kind of, I'm like, okay, how many people would go out and do that? But he does have like 120,000 people on the app. So
Yeah.
So I mean,
And
yeah,
it wouldn't be. It's not like they're going to be afraid because they're turning on the phone. They're opening up the app. They
Right.
might be more willing to just like simply just take a photo. If David if he can create something like within the app to where just take the photo and it just uploads it to the app, and then that could kind of just go through the meta, like and
It's a good idea.
some type of algorithm.
I think that
Yeah.
this year is going to be a make or break year because Austin's really going big. He wants to go big. He's already voiced to me his plans. He thinks this is the breakout year. I'm all behind it. I'm all for it. I think that we are better now than we've ever been, which is still not saying much because again, we can't even fund our number one. But and then here's the problem: is like everybody's so afraid of being called a gatekeeper or a shill that like nobody will step up and say, "Okay, I'll be the one to run some organization, and people will donate, and then we'll divvy it out." No, who wants to do that? The second
Right.
I chose to do that, everybody would call me a shill and say, "Oh, Jaren's just doing this for money. Oh, he's a grifter." So I'm fuck that. I don't want it. So the thing is, then
Right.
nobody steps up and does it. So they've done an excellent job. It's all by design. They understand the psyche. They understand the mentality. They knew if they lied to us about everything, we would get to a point we wouldn't trust anything. Well, luckily AI came about that time because I do think at this point you cannot believe any video that you see.
Oh hell no!
No, you just can't. You can't unless your
No.
friend took it and you trust your friend or your mom or dad or your girlfriend or something. You want to trust that person. That's fine. But
Even then, you might have a
even
cousin
then.
that just try to be cool.
Yep, even then. And I've seen people do it. I've seen people fake stuff, and I'm like, okay, like if people are going to do that, I mean, I even heard of a flat earthers. This is years ago, like 5-6 years ago. Start talking about if we don't see what we're going to see, can we say we saw this, and this? And it's like, oh my god, no, I don't want any part of that.
Wow.
I'll never do that. I don't. They didn't end up doing that. But the question was asked, and it just tells me, okay, that's scary because then how often is that going on everywhere else, right?
Right. And then you also have the other side that wants to taint the experiment or the observations, and they might throw something up just to throw it off. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, or just confuse you or try to keep you tied up in something that's not important. I mean, it's weird. It's a very weird
It's
thing.
sad.
It is sad. It's like, why do people? I don't want to say like, why do they care? Like, if you believe in the globe, the Earth's a globe, and flat earthers are dumb, then just go about your business. There's no reason you would become an MC Toon. Like, oh, I'm gonna do everything I can to, and especially a Christian, but like I'm gonna protect the government authorities over these people, fellow citizens. It's disgusting.
Yeah, McToon's one of those guys that reminds me of the scripture, which kind of came to my mind earlier when you're talking to the other guy. You said a good point, and it reminds me where he says, these people love me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me.
Oh yeah.
I think about that all the time. A lot of so-called people that love God or whatever, like, nah, you just love them with your lips because they're afraid, like you said, they're just scared.
Yeah, scared, and they don't want to be. Because again, to these guys, somebody like McToon that has a degree, the flat Earth means he was lied to, he was used, he was confused, he's dumb, he fell for a trap. So I mean, they just cannot bring themselves to believe that. And it's just not a lot of people that are like in this area that would say that, oh no, I've accepted all that stuff. There's just not very many because they know the psyche, right? That's what they were doing with Project MK Ultra. That's what they were doing, studying the mind. They knew exactly what the mind does. They know how to manipulate us, how to what to put on. The TV is probably the worst thing that's ever happened to humanity. Like,
isn't it crazy how they studied at what frequency, like a megahertz or how many hertz, to where they knew they can grab your attention at this particular. Dude, that's amazing that they even went that far with it.
Yeah, and that's what tells me that there's been resets, because it's if you have this high knowledge and then you reset the Earth and have everybody struggle to become back, then you are gods. You know things that they don't have any idea of. Like, they probably knew about plane flight and things like that way ahead of people doing it because it had happened before. So it was just a matter of time until humans, because the humans are great, right? Humans are always trying to figure stuff out, doing explorations, and again, that's why I think that they created the globe, because once they had us where they wanted us and they have us as slaves, now turn off the ability for us to go and explore. Because now nobody can go to space, because the best you can do is pay $150,000 to go up to 100,000 feet and be like, oh, through these curved windows, I see curve. That's our extent of space. So that's your options. That and stay home. There's nowhere else to go. There's nothing to discover. So they've completely retarded the human ingenuity, the human curiosity. They've destroyed it. And so how do you get it back? Well, you need to first convince the people that they've had that stolen and that there is something else. And then there'll be a renaissance of people wanting to go explore, going to Antarctica. Right now, they've just convinced everybody you'll end up in jail. You're going to die. They've given us all families. I mean, I feel bad, but when somebody's like, are you going to go to Antarctica? I'm like, I have a wife and kid. You know, like, I wish I could just say, no, let's go. I want to go explore. But I got to be a little bit careful. And they've done a good job of making sure that we all have that issue. Even professional athletes who are probably the most athletic people that we've got.
Right. So, yeah, I can see also too, like there's also been this like a discouragement, not just like trying to tell you what to do and don't worry about it because we've already done it, but there's also discouragement, which I think why this globe, like within the discords, and those arenas on YouTube and TikTok and stuff, you have these debates, but it's like it's a discouragement because then when someone's searching for that truth and maybe you're like, oh, you're finally getting it, but then all of a sudden you have somebody mocking you, belittling you,
Yeah,
like,
it's a tough thing to take.
Who wants to live that?
You have to have some balls to be able to just take abuse constantly. And so it really does at least separate us out. I mean, the people who are flat earthers, I know right away that person can take abuse. Right away, right off the bat, right? That's why I think the most attractive thing in the world, by far, is an awake woman. It's like, I mean, there's nothing more attractive than that. Because
that is pretty hot. That is
because girls are really, most girls cannot take criticism and things like that. So when you find that
they don't even want to be told that these jeans don't look good on them.
Right.
Like they'll destroy their week.
Right. So if you tell them you're a dumbass and you're a glober, I mean, you're a flirter or whatever, and they can take that and stick to the truth, then that's beyond hot.
Yeah,
it's a whole nother world.
That's wifey material.
Absolutely. If you find that, and there's not very many of them out there that are not snatched up, and if you find one, you better get them. All right, I gotta let you go. I see Woozy Drewzy here has been here forever, and I gotta get to him.
For sure. Hey, thanks a lot again. I'll stay on that Telegram, and hopefully the next one you did. I wanted to go to it, but I was in Arkansas for the totality, and I ended up staying longer. So
we'll do it again. We'll do something again.
For sure. Have a good one, man.
All right, take it easy.
I love your content.
Hey, appreciate it. All right, we'll get to that one second. Just want to remind you, you can, the Speaker's Corner goal is not hit yet, or 24%. Can we get a couple dollars there? I want to hear Missa with her singing a couple more times. If not, hey, what can you do? Woozy, Drewzy, Bluesy, Sloozy.
What's up, bro? How's it going?
Good, you?
Hey, I'm all right, man. I'm good.
Double X. It's a double X hat.
Good night, but hey.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, but yeah, man, I just want to thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
I know you don't know me. This is my first time coming out like in public, but like, I mean, combined with like you mixed with David Weiss, a little bit of Wits It Gets It, like My Lunch Break, John Levi. I mean, I'm only naming off a tip of the list here, but
there's a lot.
You guys have like saved my life, bro. Like seriously, like the last like 2 years. I'm just letting you know. You're doing good things out here. So
appreciate that.
Keep it up.
I think I used to do a little bit better at it, but I'm gonna try and get back to that. I used to make more short videos or videos that had more punch to them, and I think I woke up more people with that. Live streams, it's fun. I enjoy it, but it's also there's just not a lot of new people that are going to show up and say, "Oh, this guy's talking for 4 hours. Let me listen to that." It's probably not going to happen. So
exactly. No, and I appreciate your like I said, I love how your format. I like the long format. Like I'm a person who dives in. Like I used to, like sit and watch YouTube videos of 3-hour college lecture speakers. Like I want to learn something.
Me too.
I don't want to just mindlessly like engage with content that's like just numbing. Like it doesn't do anything for you. Like I want to actually try to soak in some of the content, but
yeah, the content of stuff on YouTube has gotten really bad.
Oh like, yeah, for sure.
There's some good stuff, and like you said, you've named a couple of them that I'll watch. But I mean, like there's now times where I'm like, I don't have anything I want to watch because it's like some channels are just the same conversation every day. You can't watch that. It's like I need to be learning. I don't want to just like get stuck in a rut. Like so that's why this archaeology documentary I put in there, which is kind of mainstream looking. But at the same time, it's a guy just saying, look at this site in China. It's at this location. These stones weigh this much. They have no idea where it came from. So, I mean, that kind of stuff I'm like learning a lot, seeing a lot. So, yeah, I wish there was more content like that. even back, I remember, did you ever see the video? There's no forests on flat Earth, or there's no trees on flat Earth.
No, I can't say that.
Yeah, there's this old documentary that came out, but I mean, I love stuff like that where, the guy may not get everything right, and but that's what happens when you are going up against lies. You have to sometimes spitball a little bit. It's just the way it goes, and they've also done a good job of weaponizing that so that everyone thinks if you say this and then you get it wrong, people are like, "Oh, you were wrong about it." It's like, well, yeah, we're spitballing. We're not going to be right about everything. We're going up against lies. It's just like if you are told, I don't know, something happened to your dog or something, you're going to make some assumptions. Okay, well, you must have left the house at this time. Was this neighbor home? Just because you're wrong about the neighbor doesn't mean anything. It means that you're lied to. You have to look into it. So I don't know. It's just I don't think people give enough credit to those who are skeptical. We're the only ones who found the Nat Geo video. We're the only ones who found that Stephen Hawking lied in his video. None of those things would have been seen if it was just leaving it up to science. Ruhi would be there just like, everything's true. There's never been anything. Everything's a fact.
Exactly.
Toon would have been like, everything's perfect. Everything the globe is perfect. It took us having to say, dipshits, sit down and be skeptical. They don't remember what that's like.
No, they don't. Like, and the disinformation campaign is real, bro. Like,
without a doubt.
The mainstream media, like, they just constantly put ideas in your head of like space. We're going to space. We're doing this. We're doing that. Like, I mean, I have my feed on Google when I pull up Chrome on my phone. Like, I don't know if I put a setting where I like preferred NASA stuff or whatever, but just it's like
constant,
every other
isn't
thing.
it?
Like, oh, we found an asteroid that might have life. Like, oh, there's this crazy field around Jupiter or whatever. Like, it's just insane, dude. Like they're just trying to put that idea of space in your head. Like, the only thing that's been to outer space is your imagination.
Yep.
And they're trying to keep that
and it's
going.
the only thing that will ever go to space. So
exactly.
And even if space
beyond the radiation belt, come on, man. Come on.
If space was real, then it makes no sense to be studying the stars. I've told it before, 100,000 miles per hour. It would take you 28,000 years to get there. That alone tells us we're nowhere near talking about that. Does anybody live longer than 120 years? Nope. Okay, well then we should probably worry about shit here, and we'll worry about that. No, they're fucking sending probes. We got this telescope looking at it. We found this. We have this investigators fucking drawing pictures of what it is. What the fuck is going on? It's so ridiculous. It's like, just call it cartoons if you want.
Oh, I know, and I love how they can tell us like every gas particle on a planet like billions of light years away, or whatever.
Exactly,
like, oh, this galaxy has all this, like that they have a similar atmosphere to Earth. How would you know that, dude? Like, from
I
looking
saw
through
one
an
yesterday.
optic
Said like,
lens.
oh, they found a habitable planet. I'm like, they've never seen a star as anything more than a pinprick of light that blips out when they think something goes in front of it. It's like, you cannot tell. It's in the habitable zone. Oh man, these guys are just so lost. We can date dinosaur bones. No, we can't. Shut up. It's like they just want to go with these lies.
It's all ridiculous, and I'm just amazed how people are just taken over by this spell. It's like a magic wand, like, Hollywood, like the magic, the wood of holly trees, like Hollywood, like they got you all just mesmerized, wide open. Like,
I wonder if they had to do a reset to get there. Like, I wonder if it took kids on an orphan train, like our great grandparents or something, were orphans, because it's almost like there's no connection to the past. Like, nobody told them, watch out, these guys are Schindlers. They, like my parents just told me, like, oh, scientists figured it out, and Jesus
exactly, bro. And it just like I love, like, Ancestry.com, like, I love how your like history cuts off like a couple generations, like
it's for
after
everybody.
that they don't know. And like, like the pyramids, we have no idea how they built them. They weren't smart. They were smart enough to build these great freaking megalithic structures, but they didn't keep records. We don't know.
And we were all told they were like sarcophaguses. They were for the dead, and they've never found a dead body. They've never found anything in one fucking pyramid.
And nobody questions this because they're so caught up on who's winning on The Bachelor or who's doing this. And nobody cares. It's all bread and circus. Nobody cares. And even when like the government comes out and they're acting like you're giving you a present, like, oh, we're gonna disclose all of our classified documents about UFOs. Bro, do you think the government gives you anything for free? They're not doing that for no reason. They're doing it for a reason. And nobody cares. Nobody seems to care. Like, they're telling you that UFOs and aliens are real and you don't care. But at the same time, like, that's not even real. It's like, it's all psyop, man.
Yeah,
like,
it's all psyop.
It's ridiculous.
And they're gonna, they have to do that. It's just an easier way to get control people. If people don't know whether there's UFOs, then you need a government because somebody needs to be investigating that. So there you go. That's why the government
right.
exists.
And I mean, that's how what easier way to get everybody into a one world government? Like, oh, there's no other way to do it. Like, there's no other way to do it unless you're having a threat from outer space,
And they
like
even
from
said that, right?
something that's not controllable. We all need to band together. And I mean, you can see the blueprint coming to fruition. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and like
man.
right now,
Like,
it's the separation, so that when they say, okay, then people are like dying to come together. It's like, oh, we've been fighting for so long. They just do everything. It's like, and I saw this, well, it was 2 or 3 Christmases ago, but we're sitting at Christmas dinner, and my dad's wife said to my sister something about like, did you know that they're faking those COVID passports? And my sister's like, I know, the paper ones. We need to do something. Like, what if we had a barcode on our phone? I'm like, oh my fucking God, you guys, like, nobody told you that. You're falling for that right in front. Like, oh my, I mean, it's just like, we're doomed if you got people actually saying, we need to be tracked on our phones to know whether we've been exposed to the corona. It's like, shut up. You guys are so pussied. That's just
people are so quick to give their freedom up to the government.
You watch, so like,
when they're
here's the other thing. We went to the Giants game, I don't know, 3 Mondays ago. I'm still a Giants fan. I don't watch many games, but I still enjoy it as like a getaway. And plus, we got Black Friday seats for $5, and we bought like a 6-pack. So anyway, we took my son, my wife, go up there, and when we get there, I'm like looking at my phone trying to find the tickets, and it's like, take a selfie to get into the game with just a selfie. So I'm like, all right, what the hell? Do it. Take a selfie. It's like, you don't need tickets the rest of the year. I don't need tickets at all. I walk into the ballpark, and a fucking screen pops up with my face and says, Jaron, 4 tickets, let in. I'm like, okay, here's the thing. That tells me that we are just 5 years away from, this is why they have self-checkout. They have self-checkout, and they let you steal right now, because in 5 years, you ain't walking out of a fucking store with anything in your pocket.
Right.
Or anything that you didn't ring up, because the machine will ring it up for you. So,
bro, 100%.
You'll walk into a store, it'll know exactly who you are. I took one selfie, and now I don't have to show my tickets at all. I don't have to show, my wife doesn't have to show tickets. My son doesn't have to show tickets. We waltz into the ball game like it's nothing. So if they can do that already, we're in big trouble. We're in big trouble.
Dude, and like people are highly underestimating the, facial recognition and stuff. Like, even if you have a mask on, like people think that's gonna fool the.
It didn't even tell me.
They can identify you from your earlobes.
I took the selfie with a hat on. Like it said, take a selfie now. I was like, selfie, click, and then with a hat, I didn't even care,
bro. They know you. They got you locked in, dude.
So then we walk around the corner, and we're like, so where do we go? And they're like, oh, you go this way. You just walk over there. There's one person standing there. There's a screen and a camera, and you're just walking. It's like, ding, have a nice day, sir. Like, holy shit. So now I just realized, like, okay, we're 5 years away from you not being able to leave a store without paying, with everything tracked. And I don't know if there's an end to it because it's convenient, right? Like for me, I did it because like I don't want to show my tickets every game. Convenient. So now I don't have to show my tickets. Now again, that if people don't fight it now, it's not. But it's like, if me fighting, is that going to go anywhere? If I didn't do that, would everybody else that was going through that line not do it? No, of course it'd still happen. So they've learned how to push convenience first. So many people got the vaccine because of convenience. My dad got the vaccine because of the convenience. Right? A lot of people said like, I got to work. I got to do it for my job.
If you want to fly anywhere,
I got to fly. I want to go on vacation. Vacation's more important. So
if you want to be let out of your playpen, hey, wow, we gotta get you vaxxed, bro. Let's get the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah. So I mean, it is around the corner. And then Missa was laughing too because she said, "Oh, it's just till next year that we're walking into the ballpark and it says, unvaccinated entry. Please step back."
Exactly,
bro.
What?
Like, I didn't know. And then
people that can't connect these dots, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, it's right around the corner, and they're acting like it's not going to happen.
Just waiting in line to get slaughtered, man. Like,
yeah, it's definitely right around the corner. And then what do you do? God. Then you're like, okay, so then to go anywhere, you'd have to have the vaccine. Again, we are way past the point that the government should be.
And you're ostracized if you don't. If you don't, you get ostracized and pointed at
by other citizens. They'd be like, this guy's not. He didn't have his vaccine. He's trying to get it right. So it's all by design, and it's going to be here before we know it. It's not going to be this is way down the road. It's like, think of how fast things have moved in the last 3 years. I mean, they've just moved incredibly fast. AI didn't exist a year ago. Like, it existed, but not like now. You can do anything. I'm writing songs. You can make draw any picture.
Well, not for you and me, Jaron. Like, not for me and you, but for the government. I'm sure they've had it for 20, 30 years. I mean,
probably, which scares you because then it means every article that's ever been written is probably AI. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
exactly,
every song that's been
exactly.
written in the last 20 years is probably that song that I played. I'm gonna
Oh,
play right now.
that's
again.
not a hard stretch. Every song, like most of the mainstream songs, like pop culture songs, are just so whack. Like they're obviously. I mean, come on, bro.
So
like,
what I
they're
want to
not
do
even-
is I want to remove myself from all this. I want to get some land in Texas, put up a fence. If you come on this side of the fence, you're getting shot.
Right.
Some fruit trees,
Right.
some pools, 3 or 4 wives, and then have a great time by
Yes,
the
sir.
pool. So yeah, everybody
Yes,
can have
sir.
dreams, right? All right,
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna let you go. Thank you, and yeah, come back next time. You
All
seem
right,
like you're gonna
thank
be
you,
a
bro.
nice addition. All right, peace.
It's been
Huh?
a pleasure, man. Thank you.
All right. Oops, don't do that. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Let me get back in there. There wasn't anybody waiting though, so we're okay. I just have to go to the bathroom real quick, get something to drink. But I want to play that banger song one more time because I thought it's like, how does AI write a completely like that song's dope? It's a dope song. I've had to say so myself. All right, we're gonna get that on there. I'll be right back. Want to watch somebody dance in the meantime, or no? I don't know what would dance to a reggae. Is there reggae dancing? What does reggae dancing look like? I could picture some Rastafarians. Reggae dancing. And then we'll wait and see if there's any more. I'm going to check the super chats and all the tips. If you want to help support the show, we're at 24%. $10 if you enjoyed it. $5 if you enjoyed it. $2 if you didn't. $5. I actually think $5 is the minimum on Ko-fi. The reggae dance moves. What's this one? Nope, it's only minute 23. 22 minutes of reggae dance workout. I'll try that. Let's see here.
Hey guys, welcome to my.
Stop it. We don't want to hear about it. Just do your reggae dance, girl. Thank you.
All right, let's.
Okay, we're going to try and play this with this girl dancing and see if it matches the new Speaker's Corner reggae jam. Where is this one here? YouTube solo. There we go. Nope, I did it again. I put it on the wrong side. Hold on. Get this over here. And go this way and see if she dances good to the song. Maybe not. I'll be back after it's done. Hold on. I'm not ready. I lied. Where's my song? Did I close that tab? Come on. What did I do with it? Son of a buck. Oh, here we go. Show and folder. And right there should work there. And go over here. And there it is. How about this one?
Welcome to the show.
Be right back.
Free speech on demand. Speakers Corner, where ideas expand. People from around, come and take a stand. Say what's on your mind. Let your voice come on. Yeah. In May 2024, we gather round. Power to the people. Let's make some sound. Flat earth believers never backing down. Sharing their truth, spinning round and round. Oh, Speakers Corner, round and round. Speakers Corner, where the words flow free. Come on.
All right. We are back. Did I have the wrong thing on mute? What's going on here? Did this song not go? Oh, shit. Lost sound. Okay, you hear it now? Am I back? Somebody in the chat, give me a 5x, would you? 5x. Oh, no. Okay, we'll listen to this one more time while I fix this and figure out what to do with the sound here.
Welcome to the show. Free speech on demand. Speakers corner. Where ideas expand. People from around. Come and take a stand. Say what's on your mind. Let your voice command. Yeah. In May 2024, we gather round. Power to the people. Let's make some sound. Flat earth believers never backing down. Sharing their truth, spinning round and round.
Yeah, the girls actually look like they're on beat.
Speakers corner, round and round. Speakers corner, where the words flow free. Come on, and let your voice be. Together we stand in unity. Speakers corner, let's embrace diversity.
That's dope, man. They're dancing right on beat. I thought she was going to start singing. All right, we're back. Thank you to Janessa and LaQuisha for dancing for me. Appreciate that very much. Didn't tell them I wasn't going to pay them for that, so they just did it for free, which is nice of them. Let's go back to StreamYard to see if there's anybody there, and we will go one more time here and see. All right, thank you, Joan, very much for the super chats. Very kind of you to give us. Does anybody want to hear? Oh, I see Rose in the house. Was Rose here? Rose, if you donate $5, you'll get to hear Missa do her Valley Girl impression, since you struggled a little bit, just a little. Be honest, just being honest, just a little struggle. It did sound like a very good bird impression, to be honest with you, but I get it. I got it. All right, we're at 24% of the goal. Obviously, I need to get a job is probably the truth of the matter, but we don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. We're done there. Let me go to Rokfin, see how people are doing over there. The good, fine people at the Rokfin. Here they are. What? Were we not on Rokfin? Were we on Rokfin? Oh, we're on. Okay, we're good. Why is there nobody in chat? Very confused. Let me go to Rokfin. See how. Is there really 7 people watching on Rokfin? What's happening here? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Let me check this and see. Is Restream on? What happened? Jen, Rokfin, and yep, they both were going the whole time. That is really weird. That is the lowest I've ever seen at Rokfin. 7 people? Okay, I thought I was kind of. I guess I do need to get a job for sure. All right, let me go up here. We've got donations from Welltall too. Says keep up the great work. The debates with the Globers really expose them for the paid shills that they are. And we had a donation from Crazy Doug, $10. Thank you very much, Doug. You are very kind. I think that's the one that got interrupted. And we've got November who says with $5, how can I get some Dome, Dave? Heard you're giving out Dome. That is the rumor is true. He wants me to give out Dome. He's gonna supply me with Dome, and then I'm supposed to give people like a certain amount of Dome. That's the rumor. Rose says pay my Valley Girl impressions as a blooper. You guys want to hear Rose's impressions of the Valley Girl? It's pretty good stuff. Yeah, we'll play those as bloopers. Let me find them. Because they're that hilarious. Let's see if we can find them. Let's see, where did we start here, Rose? Yeah. So I wanted somebody to say, oh my God, Becky, look at that tip. It's so big. It's out there. It's gross. Let's hear. Rose.
I'm not really sure what a Valley Girl sounds like other than what I talk like. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that what you mean? Like something like that?
Yeah, just like that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I sound like a bird. Like, oh my God, Becky, look at her butt. It is so big. Oh my God, Becky.
Let me tell you straight up, it sounds Jewish. Just being honest with you.
Look at her butt. It is so big. Oh my God. Becky, look at her
Becky.
butt. Oh my God. Becky, look at her
That's
butt.
where it started to go straight peacock on me.
Oh, wait. He says to do it just like the song.
Yes. It's just
I tried listening to the song, but I got like
It's at the
tired
very
of waiting
it's at the
to
very
hear.
beginning.
Oh my God. Becky, look at that tip. It is so big. Oh my God.
This is great
Becky, look at that tip. It is so big.
All right, let's hear Missa do it because Missa, I think she nailed it. One try, and she. Where did I put it? Wait, desktop maybe? Or desktop? Let's hear Missa. Where are you, Missa? Come on, date modified. Yes, this one. Ready? Here we go. Go, Missa. Oh, I gotta play it over here. My bad. Now go, Missa.
Oh my God, Becky. Look at that tip. It is so big. It's just like out there. It's like gross.
I like big tips and I cannot lie. Right, so you got it. She did pretty good job. But I'll tell her that she didn't get used much. So I was watching Tinfoil earlier. He expressed problems with Rokfin as well. Rokfin, he's struggling. Oh wait, there is somebody here. I see somebody says hug. 7 people. What is going on? Live? It's live. I don't know. If I go to the homepage, I want to see if I'm on there or something. I don't see myself. Yes, it says right there. Live. Yeah, let me go check the price of Rokfin. Is the price crashing? Should we have cashed out, Rose? Are they going downhill? RAE receive access token. It is down to $1.16. Its volume is down 50% versus yesterday. Market cap down to 8 million. What is this? Oh, all right. Well, it is what it is. I didn't want to get too married to Rokfin anyway, but all right. What do we got here? Jaron, you should make a Beavis and Butthead cartoon of McToon and Craig. That sounds fun. I like that idea. Dr. Bass, Ackwards, reverse psychologist, says Frank Zappa's song Valley Girl has his daughter taking Valley Girlish. It's classic. Ace says just the tip and only for a second. Yep. Ooh. The amount of times we've heard that one, huh? That's why NASA invented Velcro for us dumb flurfs. Right. And Tang. Exactly. Charlie in the house. Charlie says, I heard it. Is that on Joe's Garage? Guess I should catch up with you guys. If you're trying to talk to me, do like Rose did and tag me. Makes it very nice. I can just scroll up and find the orange taggings. All right. Well, I think we're going to call it a show. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for that link to the Chinese ads. It's a great show. Great piece of work. We got a busy week. We had debate yesterday. We have this today. We've got Jeranism show tomorrow. We've got Friday night crypto class live tomorrow night. We've got the members only, VIP only hangout on Saturday. We need some more VIPs. Although I don't know if I'm going to really push much harder on it anymore. What? Now I just got a notification for Rokfin. Don't know what's going on with that. But we will see. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep plugging. We're working hard to see what we can get done. But times are tough. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But if you guys enjoyed the show, if you're watching this after the fact, if you want to support, again, it's a lot for one person to support. But if you like the show and you gave $2 and everybody who watches the show gave $2, I'd be well funded where I could do interviews and travel places and go look at the sunsets and tape video. But again, I get it that people may not want that. Or they'd be like, why do you get to go? Why shouldn't I get to go? You're right. You go and I'll donate to you. But you're going to have to give me some time to get a job. Because, anyway. It's things aren't going great for as far as I don't even talk about that. But things aren't going to be as easy for me, and I think it's better when you have kids and you've got a wife. You can't just wing it sometimes. You can't just be like, well, I hope we make enough to eat next month, and I hope we make enough to eat the month after. It's not, you're not being a good parent or a good husband. So we will see. We will see. We're going to do a summit. Again, we're going to have a summit coming up here. Probably, well, for sure in June, but we were even thinking of doing back-to-back May and June. So you'll hear that from Austin and I. We're talking on Monday, so you can look forward to that. Thank you guys to those who came on the stage. I don't think anybody sent me anything either. Let me see here real quick. I'm just making sure nobody sent me a video they want me to play. I don't see anybody else here. Okay. Got it. All right, and then I've got, what's tomorrow? Friday. So tomorrow we just got the Jeranism show, 3 p.m. Pacific, and then right after that, 6 p.m. the crypto live, if you will. And let's see, check this real quick. Jaron, thank you for that link. Yeah, we got that. Sorry. Let me see what else we got here. Thank you, Apocryphon. $2. I appreciate that. Hi, is Richard with you and Sandra now? This is a fun show. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Flat plane organ in the house. We've got good. I think we covered everybody. Not letting Brenda on anymore, probably for the best. I don't know. Well, she showed up in the thing twice, but she never got on the show, so it kind of worked out. Hey, we got a super chat. Oh, that's the one we already read. Apocryphon, thank you very much. All right, we got see super chats here, fan funding. But I mean, it's scary. Let me just tell you what the scary thing is that people now are going to start doing things for money, just so you know. So it means that people are going to lie about their beliefs in order to get you to donate to them. They're going to lie about observations. They're going to lie about videos. They're going to tell you they filmed something that they didn't. They're going to tell you they can do something that they can't. They're going to try and be a guru when they shouldn't. The whole world is turned into deception, and I'm somebody who refuses to fall for that. I could be a millionaire tomorrow, literally, if I wanted to be. And I choose to remain moral. And it gets me nowhere, but at least it saves my soul. So I'm going to continue doing that. And it just, I'm just warning you guys, because now I know that. I know what's coming. I know what to look out for. I'm just warning you guys. Every video you see on TikTok and every video you see on Instagram, a lot of that stuff is going to be faked on purpose because you'll fall for it. And a lot of people are going to say they're Christian when they're not. Why? Because you'll donate to them. And somebody like me who actually gives you his real opinion, nobody's going to donate to that because nobody wants to hear them be told that their religion is wrong. So, again, it's just one of those things. I'm probably one of the dumber people in the world to ever come out as a flat earther and then also come out against religion. It makes no sense. I'm limiting my audience to like 8 people. It's just everybody else is like, I'm a Christian or I believe in science. So get hated by both sides and then expect to do this full time is kind of silly. It's just not going to happen. So it is what it is. Luckily, there is a place opening up here nearby that I think I can get a job at and do this on the side. So we've got real quick, Jaron, what do you know? Not as much as I thought I did. That's Blake. Remember, we got that one. That was funny. Your super chat to Austin. Yes, Austin's number 17. You might have moved up to number 16 tonight. What do you guys think about? Oh, what do you guys think is behind Antarctica land? More land, more water, more expansion. The Faust, thank you for welcome to the club, Sir Skippy and Lord Racer. Remember, what happens on Earth stays on Earth. Exactly. Absolutely. Keep up. Keep doing both debates. Don't give the Globe Zealots right. Got that. Thanks for the info, says Litton25. $20. Thank you very much. You carried the show. We've got Scepter protects wicked, oppresses gentlemen, forcing both into chaos and destruction. They divide us, and we are doing useless stuffs, need best controller. Yeah, I think that what you're saying there is right. I couldn't really fully grasp it, but I get it. Thank you, Rose, for the $5. You don't get to hear Missa for the $5 super chat there, Rose. It was on, what's it called? Ko-fi only. But I do appreciate that. Thank you guys for the support. And all those that are VIPs, thank you very much. We're going to keep trying to have some fun with these hangouts. So Saturday, 12 noon, we have the next VIP-only hangout. You'll get the Zoom link in Telegram. And see you guys tomorrow for the Jeranism show. Going to be talking about mirages again, obstruction, showing a couple videos, and it should be lots of fun. Don't you agree? Yes, Jaron, we agree. It's going to be so much fun. Can't even ever see something so fun as that. Yes, I know that. Let me make sure we've got the outro ready to go here because I don't think I do. What is this one? I'm just going to play this real quick and see what it is. I'll stop it if I don't know. Oh, that's weird. So this one we're going to get rid of, remove. Oh, I think because I was showing dancing, that's probably why. What is this? Transition. Nothing? Okay. Is there any music playing? No, doesn't look like it. All right, we're going to go here, properties, and browse, and hopefully it's in where I think it is. And this is what happens when you have all these profiles on OBS. You don't know which one goes where. I think it's called used graphics, yes? Be in there. 42024 outro. That's it. We found it. It's going to be the wrong size, though, isn't it? Probably. Use hardware acceleration, yes. Close and files inactive, yes. Okay, it is too big.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout, it's never for the cloud. Don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout.
Now we're coming. Okay, now we're ready to go. Guys, this has been Jaren. I've appreciated you guys being here, jumping on the show. Much love to everybody. Follow me on Telegram. If you want to be a VIP, it's WHOP.com/Jeranism. Become a VIP. Very cool stuff over there. And you get part of the Telegram group, the secret group. You get the crypto classes if you ever want to attend. You get the monthly hangouts for VIPs and all that fun stuff. So definitely do that. And if you need to reach me, the best place is Telegram @Jeranism. And if you want to get notifications when I go live, t.me/Jeranism show. If you want to join the public chat, which gets a little crazy, t.me/Jeranism chat. And that is sent you an announcement via tiny URL. I sent you an announcement via tiny URL. I don't know what that means. I sent you an announcement via tiny URL. The tiny URL is the cornerism, which gets you on the show. Oh, you're talking about, I know what you're talking about. You mean in the description of the video. I know what you mean. You're saying in the description I've got a link to a question or comment on a form. No, that's a form. It's not a tiny URL. Let me check, though. Maybe you're in here to see. See if there's any answers. Wait, how do I sign into this Google Docs? Hold on 1 second. I'll see if you, I think I might. Didn't you send it last week, though, or last month? Didn't I read it last month? Maybe send another one. Let me go there. Google Docs. Okay, and we are going with the, what, am I in the wrong account? Can I sort by, owned by, nope. Owned by me. Where's sort by? Last opened by me. Huh. I must be in the wrong account. Let me try and sign out one time. Manage or sign in. There, verify it's you. Oh no, not this old crap again. Come on, man. Don't. Yes, I was going to verify. Is this right? What? Last modified by me. No, this is way old. Wouldn't it have been on my, hold on 1 second, it should be on my Jeranism account on Google. The form should be there. Choose another account, yes, and this one, maybe I was in a different one. That one, okay, let's see. No. This is not, no, last modified by me. No. Not even close. All right, sorry, I'll find it, Joan. I don't see it. I don't know what account that was on or whatever. That doc, I can open the doc, but there's no sign. Oh, wait. I know where to go. Maybe try here. What does this take me to? So this takes me to there, which takes me to my Google Drive. Is it in here? Speakers corner responses. Yes, okay, I found it. All right, let's see what we got. So you're talking about today's 5-2. I do see one person did it. Anybody near Rochester, New York this weekend, there will be a monthly Flatter Day meetup, 3 to 5 p.m. on May 4th at Boulder Coffee, which is at 100 Alexander Street. Yes. In the interest of transparency, this is the second month of organizing this, and there will only be 3 of us at the first, and there were only 3 of us at the first meetup last month. Hopefully that will change over time, and a new friendship can be born in the coming months, along with a chance to pool our, hold on, this is not showing me that. You gotta zoom out or something. Pool our, I'm guessing that says resources, but I don't know. Yes, pool our resources and experiment on our beautifully flat Lake Ontario. And Thank you, Jaren, for letting me shout this out. All best, Joan Margaret. Thank you, Joan. Joan, VIP. Appreciate that very much for joining the VIP crew. All right, now we're at it. Much love to you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Jeranism Show, 3 p.m. Until then, enjoy the song. Dance your night away. And if you want to be seen dancing at the end of my video, send me a video of you dancing, and we will get it up as soon as possible. Till next time, this has been Jeranism, and peace. Oops. We lied. What happened? I did put it in there, didn't I? Okay. Why isn't that working? Till next time, peace. Huh? No, I'm really lost. Outro. Yes. Media source. Let's just add it. Let's do that. It's all broken. This is why I should be paid for the show. You should donate because of... Look at my quality of work. I mean, come on. Who else struggles for 4 minutes to outro the show? I can't think of anybody. Can't think of anybody that does that but me. So why wouldn't you support that? I don't get it. Let's call it outro video. And it should be here already. Yes, and there it is. 424. Okay, that's right. Open all media files. Yes. Loop it. No. Use hardware. Yes. Close and inactive. Yes. That looks correct. Now it's going to be the wrong. Advanced audio probably should be this. Huh? Okay. That is working, but now where is the video? Outro video here. I get it. That's what I did wrong. Outro video should be monitor on the output. Okay. We good? Let's head out. Guys, do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. Till tomorrow. This has been Jeranism. Now I can say peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout, it's never for the cloud, don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover her out. Jeranism all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all in the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover her out. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI. All just scientism lies.
Who this be? What he about? You say spinning and he said out. About flat earth, it's flat out. He's still standing when you passed out. Globers pound, screaming, shout. He can turn you inside out. Yeah, surface deep, he's felt throughout. And he stay grounded, you spaced out.
We gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Try to tune in, but the note get flatter. Tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for. They try to teach you things against the things we taught before. No point in arguing now, they don't wanna talk no more. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies.